The Indiana Pacers steal Game 1 in Oklahoma City of the NBA Finals. They were down by 9 points in the final 3 minutes. No team in NBA Finals history had ever been down 9 in the final 3 and come back to win. They do take a 1-0 series lead over the Oklahoma City Thunder. The NBA Finals are doing 2 days off between games, so Game 2 will be on Sunday at 8 o'clock. Tonight, Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final, the Panthers and the Oilers at 8. We'll have the game here on WGR. Edmonton has a 1-0 series lead. Coverage of the Stanley Cup Final on WGR is presented by Fiegel, Carr & Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. The Pittsburgh Steelers have finally agreed to terms with quarterback Aaron Rodgers on a 1-year deal. Rodgers says he will be at the team's mandatory minicamp next week, and he'll sign the deal before then. Jonathan Jones of CBS reports that Anthony Richardson is dealing with inflammation in his shoulder. The belief is that he will be ready for training camp. This is the same shoulder that ended his season 2 years ago. Daniel Jones, the other quarterback in Indianapolis. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. Let me ask a question off the top.
All right, I'm ready. I would not like Smarties.
I put this polo on today, and I'm like, all right, what hat should I put with it? And I just grabbed a black hat, and I thought, how many Halloween jokes am I going to get if I wear orange and black?
And here we go.
And then Evan played a Halloween open.
Here we are.
Halloween-ish. So, there we go. That's one.
Let's get stupid. Should there be a second Halloween?
Oh, yeah. Why stop at 2?
Why are we doing it once a year?
Let's do once a month. Once a month might be a little much. Once a season.
Yeah.
4 Halloweens. Hey, today is summer Halloween.
A spring Halloween wouldn't be the worst, would it? Kids get to dress up again.
Yeah.
Candy is involved.
Yeah.
Just saying, like,
it's not a day like you have to have off for or anything, so it's pretty easy to put on the calendar.
How come more things don't operate like the NFL and say, you know what we need is more?
Right.
How about 4 Halloweens?
Uh-huh.
What about an international? I think it is international.
Yeah. Well, there's Christmas in July, and some people do that. So what would be the month to do for if you wanted to do Halloween in
March? Everyone decides the day that it's nice out in March is Halloween 2.
It's fluid. Just whatever the first nice day in March is.
A floating holiday.
Okay.
Spontaneous Halloween.
Yeah. Like, hey, it says it's going to be 72 on Thursday.
Yeah.
March 17th, March 12th. March 17th would be St. Patrick's Day.
Birthday parties can work like this. The kids have a birthday party they're going to this weekend, and it's a costume birthday party. So, kids in costumes. We've got a lot of
they love
costumes for the kids. Hey, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. I am right now looking for the stat that I saw earlier this morning that I can't find, and I'm searching hard for it.
I'm assuming it's on the Indiana Pacers.
It's on Tyrese Halliburton. And by the way, along the way, trying to find this Halliburton stat, I'm finding every other amazing Halliburton stat because he hit a game-winning shot again. And the numbers on him, he's the new big shot Robert Horry, except he's hitting more of them, and he's
way more.
And he's a more important player to his team. Like Robert Horry, if you remember him, was a great role player, won a bunch of titles. Anyway,
but his biggest shot wasn't his biggest shot with the Lakers to win is not like the ball just kind of
finds him.
Bounced out to him. Kobe goes in for the game-winning layup. It goes off the rim. One of the Kings, I think, swats the ball out to the three-point line. It goes right to Horry.
Yeah.
and he hits it.
I'll start you here. This is not the stat I had on Halliburton that I wanted to bring up, but I will. Halliburton, when taking a shot to tie or take the lead in the final 1:30 of a game, fourth quarter or overtime.
Yep.
He is 12 of 13.
And that's just this season.
Just this year.
Just this year.
He is 12 of 13 when shooting in the final minute and a half.
Uh-huh.
The Pacers trailed by 9 with 2:52 to play. Teams in that spot in NBA Finals games were 0 and 121 until last night.
Yep.
They've come back from down 15 5 times this postseason. Their record when trailing by 15 is 5-3.
That's incredible.
That's nuts, too.
That's incredible.
There's so many Pacers stunning stats. The one I saw that I'm going to just give you the rundown of it roughly is that Halliburton has now hit a game-winning or game-tying shot in the final 3 seconds of every round of this playoffs.
Yeah.
And I think it was that no other NBA player has ever done that, and he's done it in one postseason.
Right, like they've never done no one's ever done in their career.
No one has that shot 4 times in a career.
And he's got one per round right now.
Yeah.
He's a witch.
It's amazing.
He's a witch. You expect him to make that shot in the final second when he's coming down against the best defense in the league all year long by far. And no, he's going to hit this shot. He's going to find a way to hit this shot. Yeah. He's I don't know how else to describe him other than he is a witch. He kind of plays that way too. You ever watch him? He just kind of pushes the ball up. The way he shoots is very interesting.
He does not have a aesthetically pleasing release.
No. He's got a Phillip Rivers-esque release, if you will.
Yes.
He just kind of shoves the ball forward. It's not beautiful to watch, but it goes in. And somehow it goes super high, which is how that shot against the Knicks went in last round. His shot is so high, it goes off the back rim, it goes into the sky, and then falls back down right through the hoop. It's nuts. There is you might have retweeted this even. There's a funny tweet of this should be Tyrese Halliburton's signature, and it's just the win probability chart for the Pacers over the course of the game, and it's just all the way at the bottom, thunder all the way through, back and forth, and then whoop, right at the end, all the way up to the top, yellow Pacers, and there's 4 of those. At least this playoffs. There's probably more. That's all you could fit on Twitter. Is 4 images. So
he only had 14 points in the game.
I was gonna say, he didn't go nuclear.
No,
he wasn't great before the final, minute, but he still got it in the final minute.
Yep.
And the whole team just they rattle in threes in the final 2 minutes. They expect to make those threes. They're crazy confident in those situations at the end. It's because they've won them 5 times already this playoffs. But
they put a graphic up last night. Most go-ahead or game-tying field goals in the playoffs since 1997. Number 1 is LeBron with 8. Mm-hmm. And tied at number 2 is Reggie Miller and Tyrese Halliburton. Again, Halliburton has done it 4 of them this year.
Yeah.
LeBron, 8 career.
Yeah.
He's played for 100 years, LeBron. And Halliburton 4 in a year.
Yeah.
So, it is nuts. Absolutely nuts. Well, good for him and good for them. This series...
Oh, thank goodness. I needed that bucket to go in because this series... If the Thunder win Game 1 and look dominant for 45 of the 48 minutes, it would have felt like, oh yeah, that's gonna be what we thought. They're gonna cruise. I needed to see a Pacers win to believe that the series could be close.
One thing I was thinking about, so the Thunder are massive favorites to win, and
probably still are.
They were massive favorites on the money line just for one game last night. The spread last night was almost 10. And when the Warriors lost to the Cavs and blew a 3-1 series lead, what were the Cavs' odds? Not at 3-1. I mean, just the start of the series. Would it be viewed like last night? They would have been big underdogs. Would they have been? Would they have been underdogs in such a way that that the Pacers are to the Thunder in this series, where people thought foregone conclusion, this thing is over
at the beginning of the series?
The Cavs opened the series, I believe, at plus 650.
Ooh, really? Are you sure that's not So they entered. That's not the 3-1 series comeback though.
Okay, which one's that?
I've got that plus 688. The Cavaliers were the second biggest underdog going into the finals. That was the year after Kyrie Irving gets traded. Okay. So it's like LeBron's last year in Cleveland. He is alone. Like, he's the only show in town. He wills them through the playoffs, and that's the Durant Thunder, or the Durant Warriors.
Okay.
So it's the LeBron Cavs without Kyrie against the Warriors with Durant, and they were plus 688. That was the largest underdog in NBA Finals history going into this series. I don't have I think I saw earlier in the week that the season you're talking about, the Cavs were only like plus 150.
Okay.
But plus 688. And you know what the record was for this? I think they were plus 1,800.
For the Pacers?
Yeah.
To win the series?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so that's a pretty big underdog.
Yeah.
Yeah, by far. So then they are the biggest underdogs in NBA history?
Oh, wait, I read the chart wrong. There's one team that's close to them. Plus 1,600, the Sixers in 2001.
Against the Lakers, they lost in 5.
We're plus 1,600. That's the only one near them in the entirety of history.
In that series, the Sixers win Game 1? They won.
I don't know. I don't remember.
They won Game 1.
Is that the step over Ty Lue? Allen Iverson steps over Ty Lue?
That I don't know about.
Maybe.
Anyway, Pacers over the Thunder. And the NHL playoffs back to it tonight. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. All these Halliburton stats. My head was spinning with just how incredible that moment was. And all the... I think it's cool when we have a guy in sports... You know, if this is, for Bills fans, thinking about how Josh Allen's playoff numbers are stupid good. And, guys that are clutch, guys that step up. When you have somebody that is so able to elevate, Leon Draisaitl might be this, Connor McDavid might be this, and, it's Halliburton too, where he is one of the better players in the league. I don't think he's one of the best. But he's one of the better players. He's really good.
Yeah.
And
he's an all-star.
Yeah, he's an all-star. But people don't talk about him like he's some sort of franchise stud. He's good. Anyway, last night, it's incredible. And then we've got him and Scott Van Pelt talking on the court, and good exchange between the two of them, where Halliburton's talking about how everyone's sleeping on the Pacers, picking the Pacers to lose.
Yeah.
And Scott Van Pelt said, you guys we're not that good at Christmas. He's like, oh, we were bad.
Yeah.
Halliburton said that. Oh, yeah, we were bad. We were bad.
I think they were like 500 at the new year.
Yeah.
And then they have the second best record in the league since January 1st.
Right there with the Thunder.
Who were number one.
Yep.
7 games better, by the way.
Yeah.
The Thunder were 7 games better than the Pacers, and the Pacers were number 2.
And the Thunder were only 4 games worse than the Warriors that set the record, 5 games worse.
Yeah.
It's one thing to think about. That year when the Warriors were looking to set the record with 73 wins, it was a lot of attention. If you're not going to get there, you don't really get that attention. But, man, the Thunder won a lot of games this year. So they fall in the first game. 15-point comeback in the fourth quarter ties the largest in the NBA Finals in the last 50 years.
Mm-hmm. I thought about a comparison for them yesterday. Like, what's a team like this?
Like the Pacers?
Yeah, like low on expectations, deep run into the playoffs, and the comebacks are just through the roof. I got one. It's not perfect.
All right.
I thought a little bit about the 06 Sabres. Just a little bit. No expectations at all. And that team
to start the year?
That team, yeah, to start the year at least. Right, maybe they got higher as it went on. That team came back all the time in the final minute of games. Maybe not in the playoffs. And that's what's different here. The Pacers are doing this in the postseason, and now they're doing it in the finals. Because otherwise, I don't know. I can't remember a team that had comebacks like this as often as they are having them in any sport. You get 1 or 2. This is like 5, 6 in this postseason run where they're down and just they're going to come back. They're going to find a way back into the game. I don't know a precedent for that in any sport.
Sorry, my microphone wasn't on.
Nothing. There's nothing to say. There's no team.
That's right.
There might be just one like from way back when, but not one that I can remember. And that's like their whole. It feels like the whole blueprint right now with them is just they just believe they're going to come back at the end of games. That's it. Like they've got good players all the way through, but they don't have a super. Halliburton, as you mentioned, he's a really good player. He's not a superstar.
Yeah,
he's not Giannis. He's not Steph. He's not Durant prime Durant, like Jokic. He's really good, but they can win a game where he scores 14 points. That's crazy.
They've got good balance,
Right, they're just a good team all the way through.
Well, hopefully you enjoyed it last night. Game 2 of the NHL, the Stanley Cup Final, is this evening. That's exciting. Get ready for the Panthers and the Oilers to go for Game 2. Game 1 was great. We'll see what Game 2 brings. So coming up on the show today, Andrew Filipony in Pittsburgh at 7:30 to talk about Aaron Rodgers, who has made it official. He'll join the Pittsburgh Steelers. 8 o'clock, Mike Giannetti of Spot Trek. There's a growing story in the NFL that is financially interesting, salary cap based, and we'll get Mike's thoughts on it, and we'll kind of try to dig into what it is without being overly complicated, because sometimes I think the cap can make your head spin. I think the long and short of it is, remember back when the NHL had the Kovalchuk contract and there was circumvention of the cap?
17-year deal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were allowed to put the cap hit however you wanted and move stuff around, where you could have a $10 million cap hit in year 1, and then in year 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, you can go $1 million, $1 million, $1 million, $1 million, and then the guy would retire.
Right.
And they shut the door on that. The NHL said, we're not going to do that. You sign a deal, AAV is it. There's no fronting the cap and back. To me, that's the best example of what's happening in the NFL right now. And there are some owners that want to put a stop to it, and some owners that don't really care about it, would not like to put a stop to it, because they are the wealthier owners that have the distinct advantage. But there are indicators, there's some numbers that NFL teams are not spending the same amount. You kind of have this belief with the salary cap that they're all on an even playing field. Mm-hmm. And this story and some of the numbers behind it reveal that we are not watching teams on an even playing field. We are seeing, like a governor that's been placed on what you can spend, but it definitely does not keep teams level with the current system. You had a stat on this that the Browns have spent how much more?
$400 million more than the Pittsburgh Steelers in total cash since 2020.
Okay. So in 5 years.
Crazy.
And I know what you're saying, like the Browns guaranteed money to Deshaun Watson. That's right.
Yep.
That's right.
Yep.
But the point is, the NFL salary cap, the way it is talked about, the way we all sit here and, how much room is there on the cap? Would you have believed that a team could spend $400 million more than another team?
No, not at all.
In a 5-year stretch. But you can.
Yeah.
And the Eagles have spent a lot more money than other teams, and their cap number is about the same. So void years, all that kind of stuff. We'll get to that with Mike Giannetti of Spot Track. And, Bills-related issues, maybe a James Cook landing spot that he might be happy with in terms of a salary range. Mm-hmm. So that's coming up at 8, and then Nate Geary at 9 o'clock, because we've got our 100 Holes fundraiser at Wayland on Thursday, and he and I will talk about that. I'm going to yell at him for the picture he chose to use of us that's on all the posters and flyers that he keeps retweeting out that I have to retweet out. It's the worst.
I don't think that picture was passed through you before being decided upon.
No, I would rather have had my eyes closed in mid-sneeze than the picture he chose. He chose the worst picture of me I've ever seen. The good news is
the lighting was a little tough.
I can confidently say it's the worst picture of me I've ever seen, and he chose that, so I'll thank him for that. And anyway, we've got the fundraiser coming up next week, and 300 holes, or sorry, the 100 holes, not 300.
300. Oh, yeah, right. You're up at the 300 this year, huh?
The 100 holes is a little less than 3 weeks away. So that's the rundown for today. We'll get your calls. We'll have some fun. I've got something fun planned for you. I will not tell you what it is. I did not put it in our shared note because I want to keep it.
This isn't the golf gummies or anything.
No, it's not the golf gummies.
Okay,
we could talk about the golf gummies.
We could talk about the golf gummies at some point.
What do we talk about first, though? Rodgers.
Probably Rodgers.
I mean, we did, the Pacers there. Rodgers is back, and my favorite thing I saw was how they tried to Photoshop his disembodied head onto a Steelers uniform and make it look like, here he comes. Because, man, the guy looks like a zombie right now. Is he 43?
41.
Okay, 41.
41, I believe. Yeah.
41-year-old Aaron Rodgers, who is a losing quarterback in his last 2 years of starts. Mm-hmm. Not impressive. Went to the Jets for 2 years, like they were going to win a Super Bowl. Got hurt, missed a full year. Came back. They were a disaster. He put up numbers once the season was over. And here he is with the Steelers, which, good for them. They're definitely more interesting. And one thing it does is the thing that always happens to the Steelers. Their ceiling is probably finishing 10-7 and losing in the first round of the playoffs to an actually good team.
Yes.
That's probably their ceiling.
Because I don't think, does anyone think Rodgers has another gear in him at this age than what they had in Pittsburgh the last couple of years? Like last year they weren't horrific at quarterback, right? They weren't good, I don't think. But
no,
Wilson had a couple of nice games.
Fields started well enough that there was a controversy, and Fields got another chance to play based on how well he played.
That's right, and they would put him in for special packages, too, on like third and short situations. But Rodgers last year with the Jets, it's a tough year to evaluate because the numbers actually don't look that bad. 63% completion percentage, 3,900 yards, 28 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. If I told you a Steelers quarterback's going to do that this year, you'd probably think, okay, wait a minute, that's better than what they've had, right? Almost 4,000 yards. But there's a lot of context to that. The Jets were trailing a ton. There's a lot of those stats that are when they are behind. And just from watching those games, I'm sure guys that watch the film on this would agree. You watched the Jets offense last year, and it just looked easy to defend, and these quick passes, it's like a quick stop route to Garrett Wilson or Devontae Adams, like every time. Like there's no pre-snap motion at all going on with the Rodgers offense. There's no play action going on with the Rodgers offense. He can't move, so there's nothing dynamic with him under center. So it's just kind of a generic default-looking type of offense. It kind of looks like the type of offense you would run in the preseason that he's got. And he can run that somewhat efficiently, but I don't think there's an ability to be dangerous playing offense that way. So, I mean, sure, I'd expect him to hit DK Metcalf on some bombs this year because there's still an arm talent there, but I don't know. I don't think the way he plays quarterback right now at this age is the way that you want to win at quarterback in the league. You want your quarterback to do... You want your offense to be built on one of those things, either running a lot of motion, the Dolphins do that and they get their numbers, or you want, a lot of play action. Think of the Kevin O'Connell offenses in Minnesota over the last couple of years, and that can work. You can combine them all and then have the quarterback be able to run too, which is kind of like what the Bills do, I feel like, with Allen more so. Who in the league has a dangerous offense that looks anything like what Rodgers is probably going to run in Pittsburgh? I don't know. I think they are capped. It's too simplistic to look at, he had 3,900 yards last year. Do that on Pittsburgh and you'll win 11 games. I think it's way too simplistic to look at that way. I think they're topped, or their ceiling is what it's been. It's 9 wins.
Well, it's Tomlin ball to a big degree, right? Rodgers being back is not a surprise. I was thinking about it in terms of the drought Bills, because the Steelers they're not obviously in a playoff drought. They always have winning seasons.
They're a playoff win drought.
They at least are 8-8 or whatever, winning seasons.
Right.
Tomlin does not have a losing season. But it was one of those moments where before Rodgers signed, say it out loud. I'm sorry, Mason Rudolph is your starter?
Yeah.
And it's not even a one more kick at the can for the guy that's been here for 5 years. He left and went to Tennessee and was not good, and they brought him back obviously as a backup. And imagine walking into the season where your plan is like, we're going to go back to the guy that we drafted 8 years ago.
Not even like a first-round pick, by the way.
No.
Was he a third-round pick?
A mid-round pick 8 years ago that got a couple kicks at the can, left the organization, and then came back. I mean, of all the... it's such a drought Bills move, and not even the drought Bills did anything like that. Here's the team... They never brought back...
they never brought Lossman back.
No, they went back and forth.
Or Edwards would have been maybe closer.
They went back and forth on Lossman and Edwards.
Yeah.
But did they ever bring a guy back that they said goodbye to?
No, not a quarterback, right?
No. A guy leaves at quarterback, it's almost unheard of that there's a return engagement.
Like Trubisky came back, but he's a backup, and he was never going to start.
I'm trying to think of in the history of the NFL, the mediocre to bad quarterbacks that got a second gig with the same team.
Yeah.
I mean, Peterman got back in the lineup. Peterman got a chance to compete for a job the next year. Peterman didn't go to the Raiders and then come back with a chance to start. And that's what they were trying to sell with Mason Rudolph, which would have been absolutely unhinged. No one even considers it. Because at least at that position, you're thinking about ceilings and developmental stuff. And, the Steelers were kind of in trouble because of the Metcalf trade. They didn't have a second-round pick, right? Is that where they lost that?
That's right. Yeah, I think so.
So, okay, they couldn't have taken a quarterback in the second round. There's not going to be like Tyler Shuck there. Not even a scratch-off ticket on a quarterback. Yeah. It was going to be the old scratch-off ticket that you already scratched off and lost. Mm-hmm. So, I guess good for them. They are more interesting. They have games in prime time, and I'm much more likely to want to watch them now because Rodgers is more interesting. He gives them a little bit of juice. And as a proud card-carrying Steelers hater and not a fan of Rodgers, to me, this is beautiful. I mean, I'll have lots of rooting interest in every game they play. I'll root for them to lose every game. Well, not every game, because I don't want them to pick too high.
It is kind of perfect. If you root against the Steelers and you root against Rodgers, and them together still probably isn't that good, you're probably going to get your wish a lot of weeks.
You are, and I don't want it too many times. Let's go for 7-10.
Yeah.
With a false positive somewhere in there where it's about how they actually might be contenders this year, and then they... Maybe I want them to finish 9-8, make the playoffs, and get spanked by the Bills in the first round by 40. Whatever.
That could be fun.
Steelers outcomes are fun to root for.
Do you know who they open with?
They open with the Jets. They open with the Jets.
They are at the Jets week 1 at 1 o'clock.
That's beautiful. I'll want to watch that game.
He'll get booed, I bet, pretty significantly, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't know if he exactly established great relationships while he was there.
Oh, I would love honestly... As much as, I don't like the Jets, I'll be rooting for the Jets in that game, right?
Yep.
Definitely rooting for the Jets. Embarrass Rodgers. I'm not worried about the Jets doing anything this year in the AFC East. That's a part of it. Embarrass him back where he just was. And especially the coach. The coach kicked him out. Not only you got him fly to New Jersey to tell him you're fired.
Right.
That guy beating him, that would be juicy.
Revenge game for Justin Fields.
That's right.
Also that.
Both ways. 803-0550, our phone number on Halliburton, on Aaron Rodgers. Cup final, back to it tonight. Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring. We got lots to get to. Andrew Filipony at 7:30. He was actively against this idea. I know that for a fact. Wanted Mason Rudolph the starter instead. And I just, laid out the plan for Rudolph, which I think is flawed at best. Thoughts and prayers to any Steelers fan that has ever wanted them to tank or just kind of, hey, could we have a year we draft in the top 10 and get a quarterback? Last time they did that, it was Roethlisberger. It was 11th, right? That went pretty well.
Yeah.
Could we do something like that again? Was that their last losing season, by the way?
What is their last losing season?
Tomlin's never had one, and they drafted.
It's got to be Cowher.
They drafted Roethlisberger in the top 15. He was I think 11th.
2003, they finished 6-10.
2003. So that's Cordell Stewart? That's how they get Roethlisberger?
Yeah.
Right.
There might be Tommy
6
Maddox
wins before, maybe Tommy Maddox. Yeah. Wow. That's been a minute.
That's Roethlisberger. No one in that organization in the management points out, last time we had a losing season, we drafted a quarterback high and then didn't have a losing season for 2 decades.
And won 2 Super Bowls.
And maybe we should do that again.
Yeah.
The Steelers. Rodgers is there, and that's I do think it's probably it's fine. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring on WGR. Trying to find this Halliburton stat. I'm finding every other amazing Halliburton stat because he hit a game-winning shot again. And the numbers on him, he's the new big shot Robert Horry, except he's hitting more of them, and he's
way more.
And he's a more important player to his team. Like Robert Horry, if you remember him, was a great role player, won a bunch of titles. Anyway,
but his biggest shot wasn't his biggest shot with the Lakers to win is not like the ball just kind of
Finds him.
Bounced out to him. Kobe goes in for the game-winning layup. It goes off the rim. One of those Kings, I think, swats the ball out to the three-point line. It goes right to Ori.
Yeah.
And he hits it.
I'll start you here. This is not the stat I had on Halliburton that I wanted to bring up, but I will. Halliburton, when taking a shot to tie or take the lead in the final 1:30 of a game, fourth quarter or overtime.
Yep.
He is 12 of 13.
And that's just this season.
Just this year.
Just this year.
He is 12 of 13 when shooting in the final minute and a half.
Uh-huh.
The Pacers trailed by 9 with 2:52 to play. Teams in that spot in NBA Finals games were 0 and 121 until last night.
Yep.
They've come back from down 15 5 times this postseason. Their record when trailing by 15 is 5-3.
That's incredible.
That's nuts too.
That's incredible.
There's so many Pacers stunning stats. The one I saw that I'm going to just give you the rundown of it roughly is that Halliburton has now hit a game-winning or game-tying shot in the final 3 seconds of every round of this playoffs.
Yeah.
And I think it was that no other NBA player has ever done that, and he's done it in one postseason.
Right, like they've never done no one's ever done in their career.
No one has that shot 4 times in a career.
And he's got one per round right now.
Yeah.
He's a witch.
It's amazing.
He's a witch. You expect him to make that shot in the final second when he's coming down against the best defense in the league all year long by far.
Yeah. 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers, who is a losing quarterback in his last 2 years of starts, not impressive. Went to the Jets for 2 years like they were going to win a Super Bowl. Got hurt, missed a full year. Came back. They were a disaster. He put up numbers once the season was over. And here he is with the Steelers, which, good for them. They're definitely more interesting. And one thing it does is the thing that always happens to the Steelers. Their ceiling is probably finishing 10-7 and losing in the first round of the playoffs to an actually good team.
Yes,
that's probably their ceiling.
Because I don't think. Does anyone think Rodgers has another gear in him at this age than what they had in Pittsburgh the last couple of years? Like last year, they weren't horrific at quarterback, right? They weren't good, I don't think. But no, Wilson had a couple of nice games.
Fields started well enough that there was a controversy, and Fields got another chance to play based on how well he played.
That's right, and they would put him in for special packages, too, on like third and short situations. But Rodgers last year with the Jets, it's a tough year to evaluate because the numbers actually don't look that bad. 63% completion percentage, 3,900 yards, 28 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. If I told you a Steelers quarterback's going to do that this year, you'd probably think, okay, wait a minute, that's better than what they've had, right? Almost 4,000 yards. But there's a lot of context to that. The Jets were trailing a ton. There's a lot of those stats that are when they are behind. And just from watching those games, I'm sure guys that watch the film on this would agree. You watched the Jets offense last year, and it just looked easy to defend and these quick passes. It's like a quick stop route to Garrett Wilson or Devontae Adams, like every time. Like there's no pre-snap motion at all going on with the Rodgers offense. There's no play action going on with the Rodgers offense. He can't move, so there's nothing dynamic with him under center. So it's just kind of a generic default-looking type of offense. It kind of looks like the type of offense you would run in the preseason. The Pacers steal Game 1 of the NBA Finals, the second biggest upset in NBA Finals history in a single game, as they were a 10-point underdog. They win by 1, Tyrese Halliburton hitting a game-winning shot with 0.3 seconds remaining on the clock. He has 4 go-ahead shots or game-tying shots in the final seconds of these playoffs alone. Indiana wins. Game 2 will be on Sunday. They take 2 days off in between the NBA games. Tonight is Stanley Cup Finals game number 2. 8 o'clock, Panthers and Oilers. Edmonton leading the series 1-0. You can listen to the game tonight here on WGR. Coverage of the Stanley Cup Final and WGR is presented by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. Elsewhere around the NFL, Anthony Richardson has a shoulder injury that could keep him out into training camp, if not beyond that. The hope is that he'll be ready for camp. It's the same shoulder that knocked Richardson out for the season 2 years ago. Also, with the Colts, their top wide receiver Michael Pittman limped off the field yesterday at OTAs and did not return to practice. They're hoping he did not sustain a serious injury. That's not official, though, yet. And Aaron Rodgers signs with the Pittsburgh Steelers, a 1-year deal. He has agreed to terms and says that he'll be at Steelers minicamp next week. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. Mike Breen not giving out a bang.
No bang.
I mean, it's a game-winning shot in the finals.
Is it because it was not a?
It's game 1.
I guess
he doesn't do bang in game 1.
Is it because not a 3? It was a 2.
Maybe that could be right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mike Breen doesn't give out bangs for the 2-point baseline jumper. Doesn't give out bangs for shots from the elbow.
Go ahead, shot from the right. Any bangs from the elbow? Nothing.
He's got no time for that. Pacers have not trailed in the series this postseason. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Friday. We made it to Friday. Rain. It was supposed to rain a lot more yesterday, and that did not happen. It rained overnight.
Yeah.
And, spotty showers, but nothing too crazy throughout the weekend, I think, is what we're looking at. Tomorrow's going to be nice. We made it to Friday.
It's good for the plants.
Sure.
Not that they've had enough. Yeah. They've had enough. I did the other day do the, it's a little too hot. That was Wednesday.
Yeah, that happened to you?
Little too hot.
I was happy it didn't rain last
85.
night. We had a T-ball game. My son had a T-ball game at 7:15 last night, which asking, we asked all these 4-year-olds to play T-ball at 7:15. For a lot of them, might be close to bedtime. They start to hit that witching hour and go nuts. My son has a new thing where
it's chaotic.
It is chaotic. I mean, it's T-ball, so they had a good time. And that was wonderful. But he wanted to continue playing catch. Like when we get home, we're going to play catch, right? I want to play catch, Daddy, when we get home. And I'm like, buddy, it's pretty late. It's going to get dark. It's bedtime.
Yeah. He's
got this new thing that it's it's not exactly great behavior, but you can't help but laugh at it. Mm-hmm. He says, "I'll punch you forever if you don't play. I'm going to punch you forever if you don't play catch with me tonight." Yeah. I'm like, buddy, we can't do that. He's like, no, I'm gonna fall asleep and then I'm gonna wake up in the night. I'm gonna punch you forever if you don't play catch.
Like a sneak attack?
Yes.
In the middle of the night?
He's threatening to punch me in my sleep if I don't play catch with him. It's like, all right. He doesn't. It's hard not to laugh. Like,
yeah.
All right, what are you supposed to say?
You should go next level and just stand over you at some point in the middle of the night. Just not I'll do it.
Stare down.
I'll do it. But then tomorrow better be a catch day.
All right. Remember what I said?
Tomorrow's going to be different.
Put some lights in the backyard, old man. Let's go.
Exactly. Yeah.
I got practice.
Yeah. He's trying to be great. He wants to be great.
He is. He makes me think about my youth playing baseball because again, like around here hockey's big too. But I played so much baseball when I was a kid, so much pickup baseball. My entire youth and teen and preteen was not just baseball in the leagues, but also friends. I was thinking about this yesterday, standing out there on the field coaching the kids, run to first, run to second. This is the era before phones. Like, we did not all have phones, and we could not all text each other. You would call your friends on the phone at their house. Yeah. And it was a phone number. You young kids out there, you ready for this? You knew by heart. You knew your friend's phone numbers.
In fact, the only numbers I know by heart
are your old friends' phone numbers?
Are my old friends' phone numbers.
Yeah. So you'd call everybody, and we would go to this baseball field. I did this every day in the summer. We did not necessarily play organized games. How did I entertain myself for 6 hours on a Wednesday in the summer? I would just be out in left field catching balls that somebody hit. And then we'd rotate positions, and somebody would hit and take 10 hits, and you just go field the ball and throw it back in. It was like 6 hours of a day.
Yeah.
That's all I did, was play baseball. Versions of baseball. And, it's got me nostalgic for being out there and shagging fly balls. I can't tell you the last time I just was able to shag fly balls.
Yeah.
I would like to do that. Where can I go? Is there a business? Who will offer me the chance to just hit baseballs? You hit baseballs in the air. I just want to patrol center field and catch fly balls.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They probably sell. You can get one of those machines that shoots them up into the air.
Like a jugs machine, but up into the air?
Yeah. Those got to exist, right? They have them for tennis, too, when you practice tennis. So you can probably find one of those.
What's more fun than just catching fly balls?
This is why you need to be working in the yard until 10 o'clock with Knox to get him to a point where he can start slinging those out into left field.
That's not wrong.
That's the plan. That's the plan right there. For me, it was hockey. By the way, it was hockey, and it wasn't. We would call, but we would just walk around the neighborhood with our hockey sticks and just knock on the door.
Yeah,
be like, is AJ home? Is Mike home? Then they already knew. You were holding a hockey stick.
Yeah.
We're going over the cul-de-sac. We've already got 2 nets. We got a game.
Street hockey?
Street hockey.
Yep.
Yeah, it was definitely street hockey.
I lived on a dead-end street, and we used the street as, the rink because there would be no traffic.
Yeah.
And did you have the plastic... Here's how you knew how hard...
Plastic nets?
Not just the plastic nets.
How
hardcore you went was based on... if you had a set of goalie pads and a friend that would put on the Mylec plastic goalie pads.
Oh, man, those things were crazy.
You just scuff those things across pavement. If you were putting those on, you were legit.
Yeah, because you could move with those.
Yes.
You could slide for days out of the net.
I was just coming. I just told Evan, get me on. I got to talk about the pads.
The Mylec pads
were the best.
Yeah.
I never wore them because I never played goalie until I was 12 or 13. Even in street hockey, I never did it just because I didn't want to.
Yeah.
But I had a buddy that would bring his Mylec pads, and he wouldn't always play, and it was whenever we knew there was a chance that this kid Jake would come with the Mylec pads, we were all like, oh, is Jake gonna come today? He's got the pads. We gotta try and get Jake to come. He's gonna bring the pads out. We gotta come on. And I had a big a metal net too that was unbelievable, a full-sized hockey net.
What was everybody's go-to puck/ball that you used for street hockey? Because we were tennis ball.
We were tennis ball for a while. There was a point where, when would this have been? Middle school, maybe it would have been before high school, where we switched to the Mylec hockey ball.
Okay.
The orange hockey ball.
Yep.
Which
I forgot about those. That's better because it didn't bounce. That's better.
It was a lot better to play with. It hurt though.
Yep.
Especially as a kid, I got blasted in the cheek with one of those on a slap shot once, and it hurt.
Those were
not like a puck, but we would use tennis ball before that. Tennis ball, man, those things would... It was a different sport.
You could whip that thing.
It was a different sport because you could whip it, but also it would bounce. So, hey, if you had good hand-eye coordination, you were better at tennis ball street hockey than you probably were at regular hockey.
100%.
You have to be... only the true psychos used those pucks with the wheels in them, trying to get those.
Those are ridiculous.
Never.
No.
Those
shouldn't exist.
So
I can't believe they do. They can't still exist, right?
They do. Oh, yeah, they do.
Really?
That can't be a thriving business.
You can only use them in gyms, I guess.
Yeah, you need a perfect flat surface for those to have any sort of functionality at all.
One other thing about the Mylec pads, though, real quick, because I would do this too, where didn't every kid think they were Dominic Hasek? Oh, yeah. You're sliding all over the place. So especially in those things, because you could move a million miles an hour. the once in a while where your pad was just not tight enough around your leg, and you go to slide from one side to the other, and the pad rolls on you. That is a scuffed knee like you've never had in your life. That's a tough one.
I've got scars from falling on the cement doing that stuff all over the place. It's awesome.
A couple of comments in the chat. AC, I like the rolling puck more than the orange ball.
Oh,
and
terrible!
The rolling
terrible
puck,
take. Worst take in chat. Out.
The rolling puck. I just
take his points away.
No
AC,
way.
I might need to give you a timeout or something.
The rolling puck was a disaster.
Until right now, I'd forgotten about that, like that Milek orange ball. That it was so good the way that it kind of deadened against the ice or the street. Jim in East Aurora. Hey, Jim, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. You're flooding memories here. I grew up in Arcade, and directly behind my house, I could see it from my backyard. In the arcade park was a full-size street hockey rink. They never iced it. It had full boards. It had metal goals. It had penalty box. It had players' boxes. Cool part was it was also cut out of a farmer's field, so it was surrounded by corn, so it was kind of like our own rink of dreams, so to speak. But if you missed the boards, you're going through corn looking for the ball. And then we bought all our hockey supplies growing up at a Western Auto in town. It was just so cool. You go in and buy the replacement straps because you're breaking 4 of them a week every time you play on the pads and the ball. It's just everything. So thanks, guys. I appreciate all the memories you brought back.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. The straps on those Milek pads were they were not impressive. They were not durable.
It was like a plastic bag that they rolled into a strap.
It was terrible. Yeah. Thanks, Jim, for the phone call. 803-0550, our phone number. So, you mentioned the street hockey rink there. I mentioned I lived on a dead end in Auburn. It would snow. So whenever we'd get a big snow, they would plow the street, and we would have boards 3/4 of the way around.
Oh.
So only one end was open ice, or open street, I should say. And whenever we got a really big snowstorm, that's when it was just no holds barred. Because then you're not even playing hockey; you're just hitting each other into the snow. Now, who cares about scoring? It's you're standing near the snowbank.
Yeah,
I'm going to get called for interference here or you would be like pro wrestling where you'd stand by the snowbank so someone would take you into it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like, please come on, somebody hit me.
We had the same thing in my house. There's a big parking lot right across the street, and they would plow the snow, and there would be a backstop. And we used to just take turns, like, come demolish me, come, Campbell Umberger me into this snowbank, and see how deep you can make me go into it. It was awesome.
We once tried to, when I was in high school, put together maybe like an 8-team 3-on-3 basketball league.
Yeah,
where we chose up the teams based on 8 guys that had courts at their house, half court. We were trying to do some sort of schedule with road games and tournaments. And maybe 2 games in, and nobody ever played again. So
Commissioner White.
That's right. We had big
Fire
dreams.
Back up.
We had big dreams. I'll give them a call.
Yeah,
I'll give all the guys a call. Anyway, 803-0550 to join us. Andrew Filipony, 7:30. It's a Friday. Happy Friday. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. My son has a new thing where
it's chaotic.
It is chaotic. I mean, it's T-ball, so they had a good time. And that was wonderful. But he wanted to continue playing catch. Like when we get home, we're going to play catch, right? I want to play catch, Daddy, when we get home. And I'm like, buddy, it's pretty late. It's going to get dark. It's bedtime.
Yeah. He's
got this new thing that it's it's not exactly great behavior, but you can't help but laugh at it.
Mm-hmm.
Where he says, I'll punch you forever if you don't play. I'm going to punch you forever if you don't play catch with me tonight.
Yeah.
I'm like, buddy, we can't do that. He's like, no, I'm gonna fall asleep and then I'm gonna wake up in the night. I'm gonna punch you forever if you don't play catch with
a sneak attack?
Yes.
In the middle of the night?
He's threatening to punch me in my sleep if I don't play catch with him. It's like, all right. He doesn't. It's hard not to laugh. Like,
yeah.
All right, what are you supposed to say?
You should go next level and just stand over you at some point in the middle of the night. Just not I'll do it.
Stare down.
I'll do it. But then tomorrow better be a catch day.
Right. Remember what I said?
Tomorrow's going to be different.
Put some lights in the backyard, old man. Let's go.
Exactly. Yeah.
I got practice.
Yeah. He's trying to be great. He wants to be great.
Yeah. 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers, who is a losing quarterback in his last 2 years of starts, not impressive. Went to the Jets for 2 years like they were going to win a Super Bowl. Got hurt, missed a full year. Came back. They were a disaster. He put up numbers once the season was over. And here he is with the Steelers, which, good for them. They're definitely more interesting. And one thing it does is the thing that always happens to the Steelers. Their ceiling is probably finishing 10-7 and losing in the first round of the playoffs to an actually good team.
Yes.
That's probably their ceiling.
Because I don't think, does anyone think Rodgers has another gear in him at this age than what they had in Pittsburgh the last couple of years? Like last year they weren't horrific at quarterback, right? They weren't good, I don't think. But
no,
Wilson had a couple of nice games.
Fields started well enough that there was a controversy, and Fields got another chance to play based on how well he played.
That's right, and they would put him in for special packages, too, on like third and short situations. But Rodgers last year with the Jets, it's a tough year to evaluate because the numbers actually don't look that bad. 63% completion percentage, 3,900 yards, 28 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. If I told you a Steelers quarterback's going to do that this year, you'd probably think, okay, wait a minute, that's better than what they've had, right? Almost 4,000 yards. But there's a lot of context to that. The Jets were trailing a ton. There's a lot of those stats that are when they are behind. And just from watching those games, I'm sure guys that watch the film on this would agree. You watched the Jets offense last year, and it just looked easy to defend, and these quick passes, it's like a quick stop route to Garrett Wilson or Devontae Adams, like every time. Like there's no pre-snap motion at all going on with the Rodgers offense. There's no play action going on with the Rodgers offense. He can't move, so there's nothing dynamic with him under center. So it's just kind of a generic default-looking type of offense. It kind of looks like the type of offense you would run in the preseason.
Hey, happy Friday. You can join us in the fight against cancer by supporting our Ride for Roswell team. Bulldogs riding for Roswell. And you can join. Go to WGR550.com. There's stuff in it for you in addition to, helping us in the fight against cancer. The ride's coming up on the 27th, 28th. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
Did you see what the Seattle Mariners are doing? Other than probably like being 500, which seems to be them a lot.
The Mariners.
What are the Mariners doing?
The Mariners are I don't know.
They're retiring a number for 2 different players
That wore the same number?
at the same time.
All right, so kind of what the Nuggets would maybe have to do with Carmelo and Jokic
Maybe. They're retiring number 51
for Ichiro.
for Ichiro and Randy Johnson.
How on earth did those two wear the same number?
That's the thing.
How does that happen?
They gave Ichiro 51 after Randy Johnson.
There's lots of numbers in baseball.
Right. So that's the first mistake.
51. There's not even that many players on the team.
And sorry, I misspoke. They are not giving them out at the same time. They are having their own nights.
That's better.
That's better, but how do you decide who goes first?
Chronological order.
Okay, well, that's not what they're doing. Ichiro's going first. Which doesn't it really feel like they're retiring it for Ichiro and then they're just having a Randy Johnson night?
You know what is a great topic if we lived in Seattle? Who was better?
Because
Who was better?
I think that would be the topic to have because I think you got to pick one. You got to pick one. You can't have 2 51s up there.
Don't the Yankees have multiple retired numbers?
I have no idea.
Too many retired.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
but
they have Mariano Rivera at 42, which is also Jackie Robinson.
That's a double. Don't they have
but Jackie Robinson's
Are there
all of
2 guys
baseball.
that wore 8?
When I think of 8, I think it's Yogi Berra. That's who I think of.
Okay. I mean, the Yankees have had so many numbers retired. I feel like they have to have. Yeah, number 8 is for both Yogi Berra and Bill Dickey.
There you go.
So there is another example of it, I guess.
Yep. So it's been done before. Who's better, Randy Johnson or Ichiro?
But like
Who wants it?
Ichiro for Seattle, right? I don't think of. I'm not a giant baseball guy, and I'm definitely not a giant 90s baseball guy, but isn't Randy Johnson more of a Diamondback?
No.
No? Okay.
No, he was in Seattle for a long time.
Okay, let's see. 22 years. He played 10 years in Seattle.
Yeah.
Yeah, 8 in Arizona. And Arizona was later in his career. Still great, but all right, yeah. Who was better? I mean, Ichiro was there for 20 years, wasn't he?
And Ichiro was an all-time great. And I mean, so is Randy Johnson.
You just don't give 51 out after Randy Johnson was there.
Yeah, you'd think.
Right? Like, imagine. And Josh Allen's too good for this. Imagine if.
Is he? I mean, Randy Johnson, Josh Allen.
All right. But, like, you wouldn't give out 17 2 years after Allen retires. Because you would know, hey, we're going to retire this someday. So, obviously, let's not give it out. You should know it at that point in time, shouldn't you?
You'd think.
I don't know. It seems like a tough one for them back then.
Yeah. All right, June 28th for the Ride for Roswell. Once you join our team, you receive an email to pick up your team T-shirt, water bottle at Tom's Pro Bikes on Walden and Lancaster. Not a rider. You can still support the cause. Donate to our team. Help us reach our goal. Visit WGR550.com for details. 3 weeks from tomorrow, the Ride for Roswell. All right, we've got Andrew Filipony coming up at 7:30 on the Steelers' plans with Aaron Rodgers. Mike Giannitti of Spot Trek on a kind of slow-burning, developing story about the NFL salary cap and whether or not they want to stop teams from working it as much as they do. That's at 8, Nate Geary at 9. Your phone calls on anything from Milex street hockey pads and cold weather ball versus the warm weather ball. Had somebody write in about that. Forgot they had a cold weather and a warm weather.
They did?
Yeah, because the cold weather, you didn't want the ball to crack.
I didn't know
And in the cold, it had to be more durable.
Huh.
Yeah. So they had a cold weather ball and a warm weather ball. Or they just suckered us into thinking there was a difference. But they sold them. So anything's on the table. It's a Friday. It's a free-for-all. Give us a ring, 803-0550 on WGR. You know, let me ask you this about the Stanley Cup Final. I can picture the Bills in the Super Bowl. I will just be driving around and I will think about the Bills winning the Super Bowl.
Sure.
Does anybody still do that with the Sabres and the Stanley Cup? Can you still conjure it up? Can you do it? The way that maybe you used to be able to do it when the Sabres were in the conference finals
sure.
back-to-back years.
Sure.
You know, you're making the foil cups, you're bringing them to the arena. Does anybody still have the ability to picture it, to think about it? I used to have framed Stanley Cup final tickets in my basement, in my sports room, because when you were a season ticket holder back when they lost to Carolina, you bought finals tickets.
Oh,
I
right.
had,
and they were paper tickets back
they
then,
were
right?
paper tickets. I had tickets to Stanley Cup final games that did not happen. The Cincinnati Bengals were very mad about that. Sorry. I'm going to settle that old score forever. Are you able to do it out there? Are 8030550? Are you able to really picture it and think about it the same way? Because I don't do it anymore.
I'm trying to think of the last time I would have done it, because it is so, it just feels like a totally different planet.
Yeah.
The hockey that is being played right now in this series, and where the Sabres have been for 14 years, and even beyond that, back to 07. Maybe that is the answer. Maybe I have not done it since I believed they had a team that could actually win the whole thing. And even when they made the playoffs a couple of times after Geary and Briere leave, I don't remember thinking myself that I don't remember in picturing them winning it with that team in 2010 or 2011. Like, I don't remember doing that. So, could I do it? I don't know. Like, I'd like to. I'd like to be able to do it. I'd like to try to imagine what it would be like.
Yeah. 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers, who is a losing quarterback in his last 2 years of starts, not impressive. Went to the Jets for 2 years like they were going to win a Super Bowl. Got hurt, missed a full year. Came back. They were a disaster. He put up numbers once the season was over. And here he is with the Steelers, which, good for them. They're definitely more interesting. And one thing it does is the thing that always happens to the Steelers. Their ceiling is probably finishing 10-7 and losing in the first round of the playoffs to an actually good team.
Yes.
That's probably their ceiling.
Because I don't think, does anyone think Rodgers has another gear in him at this age than what they had in Pittsburgh the last couple of years? Like, last year they weren't horrific at quarterback, right? They weren't good, I don't think. But
no,
Wilson had a couple of nice games.
Fields started well enough that there was a controversy, and Fields got another chance to play based on how well he played.
That's right, and they would put him in for special packages, too, on like third and short situations. But Rodgers last year with the Jets, it's a tough year to evaluate because the numbers actually don't look that bad. 63% completion percentage, 3,900 yards, 28 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. If I told you a Steelers quarterback's going to do that this year, you'd probably think, okay, wait a minute, that's better than what they've had, right? Almost 4,000 yards. But there's a lot of context to that. The Jets were trailing a ton. There's a lot of those stats that are when they are behind. And just from watching those games, I'm sure guys that watch the film on this would agree. You watched the Jets offense last year, and it just looked easy to defend, and these quick passes, it's like a quick stop route to Garrett Wilson or Devontae Adams, like every time. Like, there's no pre-snap motion at all going on with the Rodgers offense. There's no play action going on with the Rodgers offense. He can't move, so there's nothing dynamic with him under center. So it's just kind of a generic default-looking type of offense. It kind of looks like the type of offense you would run in the preseason. Aaron Rodgers finally agreeing to a one-year deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Hasn't signed it yet, but they've agreed to terms. He'll sign it next week, as he told Pittsburgh that he will be at mandatory minicamp. So Steelers getting Aaron Rodgers. Elsewhere around the NFL, Anthony Richardson in Indianapolis has a shoulder injury that could keep him out into training camp. That's the same shoulder that ended his season 2 years ago. So concerning for him. Daniel Jones is the other quarterback in Indianapolis. Game 1 of the NBA Finals last night. The Indiana Pacers down 9 with less than 3 minutes to go. They've had a lot of comebacks like this in the playoffs. They come back to win. Tyrese Halliburton scores a go-ahead bucket with 0.3 seconds to go, and Indiana takes a 1-0 series lead, the second biggest underdog to ever win a single game in the NBA Finals. Game 2 is on Sunday. They take 2 days off between in the NBA Finals. Stanley Cup Final tonight, Panthers and Oilers, Game 2, Edmonton up 1-0. 8 o'clock puck drop. We'll have it here on WGR. And coverage of the Stanley Cup Final on WGR is presented by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
So,
And,
hey.
okay, now I'm going to give myself a little wiggle room here and say you guys were under 500 at Christmas. Am I right?
Yo, we were
Okay.
rough.
Okay,
We were rough.
so were you bad at the start?
We were. We
okay,
were.
so all I said is I was a little late to the party,
For
but
sure,
I
for
put
sure.
my hand up.
We were late to the party, too.
Okay, well, then I'm going to be, I'll be a real one right now. Every single note I had on this card getting ready for this show was about Oklahoma City winning this game, and I'm sitting here with you. It's an amazing show that you all are putting on, and the belief is amazing to watch as well.
Scott Van Pelt, SVP with Tyrese Halliburton after last night's game winner. Halliburton has been absolutely incredible, like redefining clutch with what he's done in this postseason. The Pacers stun the Thunder last night and take game 1. They are the biggest underdogs in the finals since, Joe found this out, the Sixers and Lakers.
2001.
In 2001. And the Sixers won game 1 in that series and then lost in 5.
Yeah,
So
you kind of want to bet OKC in 5?
I kind of do. It's plus 290 right now, but hey, do what you want. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Teams previously in the NBA Finals trailing by 9 with 2:52 to play were 0-121. And the Pacers get a win. They are 5-3 when trailing by 15 or more these playoffs. You were trying to say, like, who are they like? The Pacers?
I don't know.
I've got an answer. It's not exactly right because the team I'm going to mention has playoff wins and Super Bowls, but it's the Chiefs. Oh, they're down double digits? That's fine. They have a winning record. Mahomes has a winning record, down 10.
Right.
It's,
okay, right.
Yeah. They do it on a bigger stage and further along the line.
They're getting, they're not the first team to get cardiac kids, which I've seen in the last 12 hours. I feel like every team gets called that at some point. That is, like, young and good. And has a couple of comebacks. This team is like all time though with comebacks. I mean, right? The first team to ever do that. They're the first team to do like 7 different things comeback wise this series. Frame it however you want. Like there hasn't been, at least in the NBA, there hasn't been one like this.
803-0550. Thoughts on a new Bills opponent along the way? The Rodgers Steelers. It's a big window game, right?
That ended up being what?
425.
425 national window game.
Yep, 425 in Pittsburgh. Will Rodgers make it that far is a question you'd have to ask me. It's week 13.
That's another good question, is how vulnerable is he to injury at this state? Because there's the Achilles injury from 2 years ago, but this is kind of why, again, he played the way he did last year, is he doesn't want to get hit. How did Brady play at the end? Brady got rid of the ball in half a second on every single play, kind of because he had to play that way because the dude just couldn't risk taking contact at that age.
Yep.
So that's going to be a limitation, I think, for Rodgers, is that he's going to have to play a lightning-fast offense. There can't be any... What made and Brady was a little different because Brady was a pocket passer and he was about rhythm and he was just outthinking the defense before the snap, right? Like there's a lot. What was Rodgers at his height?
He was escaping the pocket and making throws on the run.
Extending plays and making throws.
Not the craziest athlete, but he would frustrate everybody because he would just extend plays and make it work.
Right. Like, what made him special in his prime doesn't exist at all anymore. At all.
Yeah. I want to get you the Steelers' schedule in a minute because if they don't get off to a good start, it could get ugly. Their schedule last year was kind of like that, too, in part because of the division. But Rodgers is back, and I've got a good line here from John Ledyard on the Steelers and organizationally how they kind of represent some pretty big flaws in process. Scott in West Seneca is up first, though. You can call us free for all Friday kind of thing. Call us on pretty much anything you want. Scott, go ahead.
Good morning. How's it going, guys?
Good morning.
Good. So I just wanted to pivot back to you guys talking about retired numbers for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Just had me thinking, if Josh Allen's career falls short of anything other than a Super Bowl, do you think that they would still retire his number? I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys. Go Bills.
Yes.
Yes, I think if he retired tomorrow, they would probably do it.
I think that's right.
He's the best player in Bills history. So, yes, they would retire his number. No matter what.
He's on the short list. I mean, he won the MVP. That's big. Like, that's hardware. If he retired tomorrow, would they retire his number? Yeah. I don't. My first thought to this was, did the Colts retire Andrew Luck's number? But Allen's done more than Luck.
Allen's done more than Luck.
He got an MVP and Luck did not. He's got 2 AFC Championship game appearances. Luck, I think, had 1.
Yeah, there's the accomplishment part of it, and for me, there is, how good were you at your best?
Allen's the best.
Allen at his best is like, Luck was great. Luck wasn't never that great.
I only brought up Luck because
he
retired early. That's the only reason I brought up Luck was if Allen just decided, you know what, I'm done.
Right.
Would they retire his number? I mean, I am inclined to say yes.
He's like a break the sport kind of good, the way he plays. And the Bills, I mean, you got to go back to OJ for that. Because Kelly wasn't that. Kelly was great. But was he break the sport good? Because that to me is how I feel about how good Allen is.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question they'd retire it.
So, yeah, it's getting retired. He'll be the last one to wear 17, unless he gives permission to somebody in the future, which I guess that seems to happen a lot these days.
Yeah, the story we were talking about earlier, if you're just joining us, Ichiro and Randy Johnson both wore 51 with the Mariners, and they're going to retire both.
Yeah.
And Ichiro did write a letter to Randy Johnson asking permission, saying he would bring honor to the number. Turns out he was right.
Yeah. That's funny. When I was searching for this in the break, somebody tweeted, if you give someone permission to use your number and they turn out to be terrible, then you lose your retired number. Your number is then unretired.
Yeah, because
if you give your number out and the guy's bad, your number's not retired anymore.
You were careless with it.
Yeah.
And if you're
too frugal with it.
If you're going to be careless with it, why should we protect it?
Right. We can be giving out these retired numbers willy-nilly. So, yeah, if what's a more who just did this with the Giants?
It was Abdul Carter.
Sims. But they didn't do it.
He asked for Sims' number. Okay. He asked for LT's number. But he didn't get either.
So say if Sims had said yes to Abdul Carter, and then Abdul Carter turned out to be terrible. Sims, your number's unretired. Now it's open to everybody.
Yeah.
Too bad. You shouldn't give it out.
I like that.
That's your risk.
I think that's a good rule.
You don't want to lose it? Don't give it out. The guy's got to meet the expectation.
I like it. 803-0550. Quick note here from John Ledyard on the Steelers that I like this a lot. It is kind of funny. It's May. Did Aaron Rodgers choose? Or sorry, it's June.
It's June.
It's June. Sorry, OTAs has me thinking May. It's June. 6 days into June. What day is it? It's a day of the week clock, Joe. Not a day of the.
It has the date on there too, right?
It does have the month on it right in front of me. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Did Rodgers try to choose accordingly so he could get the most attention in the NFL calendar schedule? Like, hey, I'm going to wait and wait and wait and wait. And then, yes, a day in June, a Thursday in June, I'll inform them that on Friday I'll fly to town and sign to be a Steeler for 1 year. Whether it's for attention or whatever it is. I like this from John Ledyard. John Ledyard, he writes for PFF and does an Audibles and Analytics podcast. And he wrote about the Steelers, continually vindicated on the Steelers' organizational ranking in my recent podcast series. He says they're a directionless franchise that continues to not see the writing on the wall at offensive coordinator and quarterback, refusing to go all in on the future. They are a mess. They are overrated culturally, one of the biggest declines of the last 5 years. Constant self-created drama and distraction, and they just brought in one of the biggest ones, and the move has no upside. Sad to see what has become of a once proud franchise. And
Spicy.
I almost want to say
He covers the Steelers, too.
haven't we been on this for a while?
Yes.
That Mike,
Yes.
there's no doubt Mike Tomlin is a good football coach, and he gets a lot out of the teams he puts out there. But when it comes to the vision that an organization should have, the Steelers are terrible at that. Absolutely terrible. Constantly, they believe that treading water is success. And I guess it's different because if you're a franchise that has won that many Super Bowls, you could kind of point to some inflated sense of what winning means and how it's in our DNA to always do our best and blah, blah, blah. But really, you had a window here to take a minute, have a season, and just bounce back with a new quarterback next year. They tried it with Kenny Pickett, who they drafted 20th in a year with no quarterbacks.
Right.
That's the last time they drafted a quarterback. That was obviously not a good idea. It's not a good class. The first one goes 20th. That's a flawed quarterback class. You probably shouldn't do that. So now they have this window, and they're just going to let Aaron Rodgers step in and knock them out of it. Because Rodgers is probably good enough to win them more games than Mason Rudolph.
Yeah.
And who's going to need quarterbacks next year? 3 or 4 teams are going to pick in the top 6, and the Steelers are going to pick 12th.
Right. And they're always going to be they're going to be last to the trough.
Yep. Congratulations.
And
you've done it again.
Rodgers is going to be a 1 year. There isn't even the upside for a future relationship. There was with Wilson maybe a little bit, or Fields. There was, because those guys are young enough, Fields more so than Wilson, obviously, where, okay, if this goes really well, then maybe we bring you back on an extension. And maybe they did want to do that, by the way. But the way they operated with those two quarterbacks is they might have annoyed both of them to certain extents. And, if you had gone the whole season with Justin Fields and, it's like, we're going to leave you in, you're doing really well, the record is good, and you're going to play the year. We're going to keep Russell Wilson on the bench. He'd probably still be the Steelers quarterback. But they messed around and they put in Wilson. So now they're putting in a 41-year-old. If it goes well, it's still probably over. And you're just going to be right back doing the same thing next year. Or they're going to have a rookie. They're going to be the 4th or the 5th guy drafted. And sometimes that could work. Bo Nix was the 4th rookie drafted, right? So maybe they get a guy who's okay or pretty good.
They're just they're just stuck in the dark ages. They really are. They're stuck back in, they think it's the 90s or the 80s even.
Yeah.
Because you have a team that, when they finally fired Matt Canada, their offensive coordinator, it was their first coach fired midseason in like 40 years or something.
Right.
Oh, we've got
they're very
we've
slow
got
to
standards
things.
here. They had to be pried away from their contract practices where they didn't give guys guaranteed money past year 2. Mm-hmm. They constantly draft and cycle in and out receivers. Oh, here's a good receiver. He's got to go. He's got to. We can't do this anymore with this player. Whether it's identifying the wrong player and bringing in a mercurial guy and then how could this have happened? Mm-hmm. Deontay Johnson. How could this have happened? George Pickens. We've got to get rid of everybody along the way. It's to me, it's always been kind of incredible. Again, like, no doubt Tomlin's a good football coach and gets a lot out of his team on the field. But as a CEO or as a guy that's kind of at the helm, it's just not.
No, I wouldn't want it.
It's a terrible situation.
I wouldn't want it. Because how do you think it ends? Don't they just keep doing this?
Yeah,
over and over and over until maybe they get lucky on a quarterback. Maybe they pick a quarterback at 15th in the draft and the guy's just great. But short of that happening, are they going to fire Tomlin at any point? Don't they just keep? They don't fire coaches.
Isn't it more likely
they don't fire coordinators? They don't fire head coaches.
Right. Isn't it more likely they let him walk, or he gets traded somewhere, or if they're ready to move on from him at any point, that it looks a little bit more like you don't want to damage his reputation, the image he has, the image of your franchise. I mean, really, all this comes down to what they've done in the last however many years while not winning playoff games is try to protect this image of their franchise. And in the meantime, just been stuck as a middle of the road team that isn't really competitive on the level with the teams that are at the top and don't really aspire to be. I mean, I guess that's not right. They aspire to be, but you got to do the work, and they never want to do the work.
Right. I guess it also comes down to what does the owner think of Tomlin, because he has defended Tomlin at every turn, and that's he's an owner who talks. Like once a year, Rooney does a press conference, twice a year even, where he's talking about his team. And he always gives a vote of confidence to Tomlin. And does he hear the complaints of their fan base? Or does he think, what do you mean, fire Mike Tomlin? He's won a Super Bowl. We're good every year. We sell tickets. We're efficient. We're competitive every year. What do you mean? Why would I fire Mike Tomlin? He's great. Everyone thinks he's a great coach, right? I wonder how much the owner, cares about the fact that they don't really have this long-term vision and they just keep treading water. He might believe in Tomlin to an extent where I would never move on from him. You know, it's a better version of the Sabres with Kevin Adams, maybe. There's just a relationship there where what would it take? What would it take for them to move off of him? His dad, who was the owner, was the last... not his dad. His grandfather was the last person to fire a coach in the 60s.
That's wild.
Like, it's not in their DNA. You're right. Like, he could be traded, but even that's kind of the same thing from them. It's we're the Pittsburgh Steelers. We've got a good head coach. We don't do what these other teams do. We're not going to go from coach to coach to coach. If we got our guy, he's going till the end, and he's 53 years old, so he might have another decade, 15 years in him still. So. I don't know how it ends. I think it just kind of keeps going. Unless they get lucky on a quarterback. I think they're just going to keep winning their 7-8 games in perpetuity.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. I have instant trivia for you.
Okay.
Football trivia.
Love it. Is it on the Steelers?
You guys can all play if you want, because I haven't given anybody the answers.
Is it on the Steelers?
No.
Okay.
NFL.com, Derrick Henry says he wants to get 2,000 yards this season. He's aiming for 2,000 yards rushing.
Rushing. Okay.
Yeah. He has done that before.
Uh-huh.
He would be the first two-time 2,000-yard back if he did it, which would be pretty incredible.
Mm-hmm. This at 31 also? 32?
If he gets it for a second time, you might wonder if he is... Well, I guess I'll say it this way.
GOAT?
Would some want to say he's the best running back of all time? Does he not have a claim to it now?
I might want to give that a spin if he does
on the list,
or even if he doesn't.
All right, who are the others on the list? There are 8 others in the 2,000-yard club.
Okay,
2,000 rushing yards in a season. Derrick Henry says he's aiming for it this year. It would be his second time doing it. He's one of the 9 in the 2,000-yard club. Who are the other 8?
OJ, Eric Dickerson.
Both correct. In chronological order. 73 and then 84.
Well, this is not in chronological order, but Saquon Barkley?
Yes, last year, 2005.
Okay.
There are 4 guys that did it by less than 10 yards. Because they probably got it and then just shut down.
Didn't Jamal Lewis do it?
Yes, 2,066 yards for Jamal Lewis.
Okay.
He did it in 2003.
But Adrian Peterson...
2012, he had 6 yards per carry, Peterson did. He was 8 yards away from the record.
And I think that was the year after he tore his knee up.
Right.
And he had that year. And won co-MVP. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Terrell Davis.
Correct. Terrell Davis had the lowest yards per carry of anyone to ever do
Probably
it.
Like 3.2.
No, 5.1.
Oh, okay.
1998. He was great, but, it was the lowest yards per carry of the 5,000
Oh, wait.
club.
He's not the guy. The guy I was thinking of who's the compiler from that era?
Eddie George?
Oh, he wasn't the one I was Curtis Martin.
Curtis Martin?
Yeah.
No, well,
Eddie George was a compiler?
Yep.
Okay.
His career rushing yards like 4.1 yards per game.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Was that it, or is there more?
You got O.J. Dickerson. You're missing 1, 2.
Okay.
You're missing 2.
Did Otis Anderson get there, or
No.
that's not even who I was thinking of. Earl Campbell is who I was thinking of.
Barry ever do it?
Barry Sanders.
Barry Sanders, 1997. Barry Sanders. You're missing 1 more.
I know he played on the Titans, and that's all I could think of.
That's right.
Chris Johnson.
Yes.
CJ2K.
Yes.
How could you miss
2006 yards.
that? It's in the nickname.
Yeah. So that's your list. The 2,000-yard club, and Derrick Henry wants to be, and I mean, I guess Barkley could do it too. One of them could get there for a second time.
If Derrick Henry did that, I would want to defend him being in the conversation at least as the greatest. Because I've said this before, that I think if you dropped in the greatest running back of all time into this era, you wouldn't know it. They don't get the ball enough. They don't play enough.
Yep.
A lot of them are rotational. He does, though, right? Like, he does play enough.
He does.
He gets the ball enough.
He gets the ball a lot. Yeah, I guess one way to say it about you have one game to win for your life.
Yeah.
And you're building a team. Who do you take at running back? How far would you get before you got to Derrick Henry? Who would you take?
Barry Sanders.
You'd take Barry Sanders?
I think. I'm picking. See, the thing is, in that question, I'm going to be picking from guys that I never saw play, right? Because how many guys would I consider? I'm not going to pick Jamal Charles, who, by the way, is the league's all-time leading yards per carry guy. But I'm not going to pick him. I got Walter Payton. I don't know who was better. Who's better, Walter Payton or Barry Sanders? How do I do that? I didn't watch him. I can go look at the stats. I know Sanders' highlight reel is a lot more fun to watch.
Barry Sanders definitely has an incredible highlight reel. Yeah, no doubt about that. 803-0550 is our phone number. On the Steelers, Andrew Filipony joins us on the other side. He's I don't think he's very happy about the Rodgers edition. We'll see how it all came together, what it means for them, what their expectations might be. TJ Watt waiting for a contract extension as well. Said to be an offer on the table there. So we'll check in Pittsburgh. The Bills play the Steelers later this year, and we'll presumably play Rodgers as well. So Andrew Filipony, the fan in Pittsburgh, coming up in a moment here on WGR. Trying to find this Halliburton stat. I'm finding every other amazing Halliburton stat because he hit a game-winning shot again. And the numbers on him, he's the new big shot Bob, Robert Horry, except he's hitting more of them, and he's
way more.
And he's a more important player to his team. Like Robert Horry, if you remember him, was a great role player, won a bunch of titles. Anyway,
but his biggest shot wasn't his biggest shot with the Lakers to win is not like the ball just kind of gets bounced out to him. Kobe goes in for the game-winning layup. It goes off the rim. One of the Kings, I think, swats the ball out to the three-point line. It goes right to Horry.
Yeah.
And he hits it.
I'll start you here. This is not the stat I had on Halliburton that I wanted to bring up, but I will. Halliburton, when taking a shot to tie or take the lead in the final 1:30 of a game, fourth quarter or overtime.
Yep.
He is 12 of 13.
And that's just this season.
Just this year.
Just this year.
He is 12 of 13 when shooting in the final minute and a half. The Pacers trailed by 9 with 2:52 to play. Teams in that spot in NBA Finals games were 0 and 121 until last night.
Yep.
They've come back from down 15 5 times this postseason. Their record when trailing by 15 is 5-3.
That's incredible.
That's nuts too.
That's incredible.
There's so many Pacers stunning stats. The one I saw that I'm going to just give you the rundown of it roughly is that Halliburton has now hit a game-winning or game-tying shot in the final 3 seconds of every round of this playoffs.
Yeah.
And I think it was that no other NBA player has ever done that, and he's done it in one postseason.
Right, like they've never done no one's ever done in their career.
No one has that shot 4 times.
Yeah.
In a career.
And he's got one per round right now.
He's
a witch.
It's amazing.
He's a witch. You expect him to make that shot in the final second when he's coming down against the best defense in the league all year long by far.
I like this from John Ledyard of John Ledyard. He writes for PFF and does an Audibles and Analytics podcast, and he wrote about the Steelers. Continually vindicated on the Steelers' organizational ranking in my recent podcast series. He says they're a directionless franchise that continues to not see the writing on the wall at offensive coordinator and quarterback. refusing to go all in on the future, they are a mess. They are overrated culturally, one of the biggest declines of the last 5 years. Constant self-created drama and distraction, and they just brought in one of the biggest ones, and the move has no upside. Sad to see what has become of a once proud franchise. And
Spicy.
I almost want to say
He covers the Steelers. Still.
haven't we been on this for a while?
Yes.
That Mike,
Yes.
there's no doubt Mike Tomlin is a good football coach, and he gets a lot out of the teams he puts out there. But when it comes to the vision that an organization should have, the Steelers are terrible at that. Absolutely terrible. Constantly, they believe that treading water is success. And I guess it's different because if you're a franchise that has won that many Super Bowls, you could kind of point to some inflated sense of what winning means and how it's in our DNA to always do our best and blah, blah, blah. But really, you had a window here to take a minute, have a season, and just bounce back with a new quarterback next year. They tried it with Kenny Pickett, who they drafted 20th in a year with no quarterbacks.
Right.
That's the last time they drafted a quarterback. That was obviously not a good idea. It's not a good class. The first one goes 20th. That's a flawed quarterback class. You probably shouldn't do that. So now they have this window, and they're just going to let Aaron Rodgers step in and knock him out of it. Because Rodgers is probably good enough to win them more games than Mason Rudolph.
Yeah.
And who's going to need quarterbacks next year? 3 or 4 teams. They're going to pick in the top 6, and the Steelers are going to pick 12th.
Right. And they're always going to be they're going to be last to the trough.
Yep. Congratulations.
And
You've done it again.
The Pacers take Game 1 of the NBA Finals. They erased a 9-point deficit with less than 3 minutes to go. Tyrese Halliburton scores a bucket with 0.3 seconds on the clock to win it. So 1-0 Indiana in a big upset there. Tonight, Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final, Oilers and Panthers with Edmonton leading 1-0. That's an 8 o'clock puck drop tonight in Edmonton. We'll have the game here on WGR. Coverage of the Stanley Cup Playoff on WGR is presented by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. In football, we'll talk more about it with Andrew Filipony coming up next. Aaron Rodgers signs a 1-year deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers, or is signing a 1-year deal, has agreed to terms. He'll be at minicamp next week. Anthony Richardson has a shoulder injury in Indianapolis that could hold him out into training camp. He had a shoulder injury that ended his season 2 years ago. Daniel Jones, probably the favorite to start right now for Indy. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
This is something that the Steelers had been focused on for months. And as much as Aaron Rodgers mulled his options, including retirement, including potential other playing options, it had been apparent for a couple months that if he was going to play, it was going to be in Pittsburgh. So what I can tell you today is that Aaron Rodgers now plans to fly on Friday to Pittsburgh, finalize and sign his contract, and be on the field for next week's mandatory minicamp.
Tom Pelissero there reporting yesterday on Aaron Rodgers to the Steelers. Joining us in the Western Hotline, our buddy Andrew Filipony of 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh. Andrew, Coronation Day. What's the vibe on today's arrival of the Steelers' new starting quarterback?
No, not even close. I mean, it's honestly, Jared, it's like politics in this country. We're pretty much split right down the middle. Even winning candidates get barely over 50% of the vote, and that's how it feels with Rodgers. I mean, I don't think anyone's really jumping for joy over it. I think there are some fans who think that this was the best outcome among a list of pretty crappy ones. But no, I mean, there are a lot of fans who want Mason Rudolph to play quarterback this season over Aaron Rodgers. So no one other than Mike Tomlin believes that the Steelers got a guy that can get them out of the rut that they're in 8 years without a playoff win, which is the longest drought for them in the modern football era.
The rut they're in is different from other team ruts, Andrew, right? So if thinking about those that want Rudolph, how many of those that want Rudolph want that because the ceiling is lower than Rodgers and maybe having a season that with a losing record, the first since the one that brought them Roethlisberger, might be for the net good?
A lot. I mean, I could definitely be talked into that. I have felt like the Steelers should take one step backwards to attempt to take two steps forward for a very long time. In the post-now Roethlisberger run where you drafted a quarterback in the first round, it backfired, but you didn't pick him in the top 10 or top 15. You picked him in the 20s. So, look, I understand that there are guys like Lamar Jackson who have been picked 32nd and Jalen Hurts in the second round, but the vast majority of great quarterbacks like Josh Allen are top 10 picks. The Steelers don't want to come to grips with that. One of their owners, the brother to Art Rooney, said on Ross Tucker's podcast that the Steelers should not be criticized because they've outperformed the mean over the last 10 years. And I think that that's actually their goal. He said the quiet part out loud. I think they look at it now as a successful season if they just have a winning record. And that's what they're going for here. They're trying to put the best team, in their opinion, on the field, even if it's short-sighted. And for the record, Jeremy, I don't think Aaron Rodgers is a good quarterback anymore.
No.
I mean, you watched him in Buffalo late in the season. The mythology about this guy among his apologists is just confounding. Even his last year in Green Bay, pre-Achilles injury, was a below-average quarterback season by every metric. And some people just want to deny that, which is funny given the person that we're talking about. But, yeah, I mean, I just don't think at 41 years old the Steelers are getting a quarterback who has much left.
Do you think he could be bad enough to where they could kind of have that bottom-out losing record season anyway, even with him under center?
I do. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, they went 5-12 last year in New York. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think the Steelers' roster is appreciably better than the Jets. I guess the argument for the Steelers being a better team is twofold: better coaching, which I think is inarguable, even though I'm not a Tomlin fan because of Robert Saleh and kind of the clown show there. And then the other one, I guess, would be the offensive line. But, I mean, the Jets had a lot of pedigree on their offensive line. It just didn't come together. And that's honestly the same configuration of talent here. You've got Broderick Jones moving to left tackle. He's been atrocious since the Steelers traded up to get him in the first round. They drafted Fautanu to play tackle 2 years ago. He missed all of last year other than one game. They've got a really good young center, but that's about it. I mean, so there's no guarantee that Aaron Rodgers is going to get good protection here, which is also part of the problem in talking about a 41-year-old quarterback.
Andrew Filipony in the Western Hotline on the Steelers. Andrew, could all this organizational, I guess the picture we're painting, could that lead to T.J. Watt ultimately leaving? There's said to be a deal on the table for him. He's on an expiring contract. And would he be one that's tired of the rut as well? Because winning is winning, and sometimes players approach it differently, right? Like, they probably don't feel that far away. They are making the playoffs. Could Watt want out because of this move and because of where the organization kind of lives?
I don't know T.J. Watt well. I don't think he particularly likes me because he is still harboring ill will towards me for two reasons. Number one, at the time, I didn't think it was a great draft pick, so the joke's on me. He was right. I was wrong about that. And then the other thing is they carried his brother on the roster for no reason and made him the highest paid fullback in the NFL only to placate him and make him happy. So I've said those things, and he's still not happy with those things. But anyways, I believe, my opinion, is that the only thing that really matters to T.J. Watt is that the Steelers make him the highest-paid defensive player in the NFL. And if they do that, I think it's going to be just like Myles Garrett and how he said, I want to go to a Super Bowl contender. Oh, here's $40 million a year. Instantly, he thinks Cleveland can get it done. And I think the same dynamic exists here. If the Steelers cough up the money and pay him more than rationalize still remaining a Steeler. If they don't and try to lowball him, well, then I'm sure we'll hear about things like wanting to win a playoff game, which he's never done in his career to this point. So I think the Steelers will cave. I think eventually they will give him more money than Myles Garrett. But I would be shocked. I would be absolutely shocked if Watt took less money than Myles Garrett because of his general disdain and dislike for Garrett and the fact that he is 100% convinced that he's a better football player than Myles Garrett.
How convinced are you that the Steelers would write that check?
I think they're going to cave, so I think it's like 90%. Yeah, I think there's a really high likelihood of that they're going to, I guess the salary cap goes up, the percentage of the cap isn't as high as you might think with a $40 million price tag on it. But, I mean, I don't really think this team is very close to winning. I would have traded him probably not before this draft, but the draft before that, when he still had 2 years on his contract and he was coming off not a career year, but a great year.
Yeah.
But they don't look at things that way.
Do you think maybe the Watt negotiation would not be this, and you're saying maybe they just get the deal done anyway? But Tomlin and the culture there, and do you feel like they could have a bad year on that front with Rodgers specifically? Because that happened a lot with the Jets, and Saleh got fired, and there was drama there, and they didn't seem to really deal with it very well. If they kind of have this bromance right now, don't they, Tomlin and Rodgers? But that doesn't mean it has to stay that way as the season progresses.
No, absolutely not. I mean, look, everybody I talked to who was around Aaron in Green Bay has very, 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 very good things to say about him. But I mean, I wouldn't expect anything else. He won 4 MVPs there. They were a perennial contender every season. They won a Super Bowl. So those people all gush about him that I've talked to, former coaches, former teammates, about him as a quarterback there. The Jets, not so much. And the difference there is one organization won, the other didn't. And I think that speaks to, if things go off the rails here, I don't think Aaron Rodgers is going to be the Russell Wilson type who consistently takes the high road and just blurts out banal platitudes to try to inspire his teammates and get the team and coach them to win. He'll absolutely throw people under the bus. And honestly, I think maybe this organization needs that. That's actually one of the silver linings I see to this, is that maybe the allure and the aura around Mike Tomlin will change if Aaron Rodgers exposes that a little bit, if things kind of fall apart here. So I'm trying to come up with some positives and not hate myself right now in what's going to be the next year with Aaron Rodgers, and that would be one of the things that comes to mind.
He threw Mike Williams under the bus after the Bills beat the Jets. He said that Mike ran the wrong route.
Exactly. And everybody in Pittsburgh was ecstatic because they blamed Aaron Rodgers for Mike Williams' brief stint in New York, and now it's funny, like the Steelers Pollyanna fans are now making Mike Williams out to be the bad guy in that relationship again. It's funny how that works.
And are they reunited?
No,
he left.
Williams gone.
He
right?
left. Okay.
He's reunited with the Chargers.
Oh, great. That's okay.
Yeah.
But you know what? Everyone thinks Alan Lazard is going to be reunited with Aaron Rodgers. That's the scuttlebutt here, that the Steelers will trade for him between now and the start of training camp.
Yeah.
Where was the mistake made? Like how they got to Rodgers here, Andrew? Like in the last 12 months. Like, can you go back to when they benched Fields? Because I don't know if this is exactly why he left, but if they just leave him in and he does pretty well, isn't he still their quarterback?
Yeah, I think so. So there's a lot here to unpack. I think when Russell Wilson signed for the veteran minimum, there were a lot of promises made. And even though Mike Tomlin has gone back on his word with guys, infamously James Harrison is one of those guys who got so fed up with Tomlin he basically quit on the team and ended up in New England to end the season. I don't think Mike felt good about doing that to Russell Wilson for a couple of reasons. Number one, they're basically from the same hometown. They're both Virginia guys. They both have a lot of respect for each other. And the other thing is, one of the minority owners here with the Steelers, who actually has probably more say than anybody other than Art Rooney, was extremely instrumental in getting Russell Wilson to the Steelers. So I think they felt like they had to at least try it with him. And if it blew up in their face, they could go back to Fields. Now, the problem was with that, Russell Wilson played well initially, and by the time he started to stink, I think Mike felt like it was too late. They couldn't put the toothpaste back in the tube, so they just finished out the year with Russ. In hindsight, they should have never benched Justin Fields, and I said that at the time. I believe he's the only quarterback with a 4-2 record to start a season who's ever been benched for performance reasons in the history of the NFL. And so Mike was the lone wolf. He called himself the Lone Ranger on that. I know for a fact Arthur Smith, the offensive coordinator here, wanted to continue to play Fields. So they should have continued to investigate and look into Fields and scratch that itch. They decided this offseason that Fields was a pretty limited player, which I don't really disagree with all that much. I don't think Justin Fields is going to go to the Jets and they're going to untap something and find something that we didn't see in him the last couple of years with both the Bears and Steelers. But, I mean, I'd rather have a quarterback in his 20s who's an athlete who has a 1,000-yard rushing season under his belt than a quarterback who is going to become the oldest player in Steelers history.
Andrew Filipony, 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh. Thanks, Andrew.
All right, guys, isn't it funny? For years, you were us.
Yeah.
You were having these conversations. So I guess what goes around comes around. And I am happy for you guys, and I miss you guys. Have fun, Jeremy.
Thanks,
See you, brother.
Thanks, Andrew. I was thinking, I didn't want to go all the way in on Pittsburgh sports, but the Penguins, you know, they've faltered quite a bit. And then the Pirates are being called out by Major League Baseball reporters to actually invest in the team because you have, you know, Paul Skeens, and the scene in Pittsburgh a little tougher than it has been in years past. 803-0550. All right, Game 2 of the Cup final is tonight, and we get our first look at a commercial they're going to run tonight. A campaign from the NHL, and
okay.
I've done something very, very silly and stupid, and I want you all to indulge me, so don't go anywhere. Hang on. I like this from John Ledyard of John Ledyard. He writes for PFF and does an Audibles and Analytics podcast, and he wrote about the Steelers. Continually vindicated on the Steelers' organizational ranking in my recent podcast series. He says they're a directionless franchise that continues to not see the writing on the wall at offensive coordinator and quarterback. Refusing to go all in on the future, they are a mess. They are overrated culturally, one of the biggest declines of the last 5 years. Constant self-created drama and distraction, and they just brought in one of the biggest ones, and the move has no upside. Sad to see what has become of a once proud franchise. And
Spicy.
I almost want to say
he covers the Steelers. Too.
Haven't we been on this for a while?
Yes.
That Mike, there's no doubt Mike Tomlin is a good football coach, and he gets a lot out of the teams he puts out there. But when it comes to the vision that an organization should have, the Steelers are terrible at that. Mm-hmm. Absolutely terrible. Constantly, they believe that treading water is success. And I guess it's different because if you're a franchise that has won that many Super Bowls, you could kind of point to some inflated sense of what winning means and how it's in our DNA to always do our best and blah, blah, blah. But really, you had a window here to take a minute, have a season, and just bounce back with a new quarterback next year. They tried it with Kenny Pickett, who they drafted 20th in a year with no quarterbacks.
Right.
That's the last time they drafted a quarterback. That was obviously not a good idea. It's not a good class. The first one goes 20th. That's a flawed quarterback class. You probably shouldn't do that. So now they have this window, and they're just going to let Aaron Rodgers step in and knock them out of it. because Rodgers is probably good enough to win them more games than Mason Rudolph.
Yeah.
And who's going to need quarterbacks next year? 3 or 4 teams. They're going to pick them the top 6, and the Steelers are going to pick 12th.
Right. And they're always going to be they're going to be last to the trough.
Yep. Congratulations.
And
you've done it again.
Yeah.
41-year-old Aaron Rodgers, who is a losing quarterback in his last 2 years of starts, not impressive. Went to the Jets for 2 years like they were going to win a Super Bowl. Got hurt, missed a full year. Came back. They were a disaster. He put up numbers once the season was over. And here he is with the Steelers, which, good for them. They're definitely more interesting. And one thing it does is the thing that always happens to the Steelers. Their ceiling is probably finishing 10-7 and losing in the first round of the playoffs to an actually good team.
Yes.
That's probably their ceiling.
Because I don't think, does anyone think Rodgers has another gear in him at this age than what they had in Pittsburgh the last couple of years? Like last year they weren't horrific at quarterback, right? They weren't good, I don't think. But
no,
Wilson had a couple of nice games.
Fields started well enough that there was a controversy, and Fields got another chance to play based on how well he played.
That's right, and they would put him in for special packages, too, on like third and short situations. But Rodgers last year with the Jets, it's a tough year to evaluate because the numbers actually don't look that bad. 63% completion percentage, 3,900 yards, 28 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. If I told you a Steelers quarterback's going to do that this year, you'd probably think, okay, wait a minute, that's better than what they've had, right? Almost 4,000 yards. But there's a lot of context to that. The Jets were trailing a ton. There's a lot of those stats that are when they are behind. And just from watching those games, I'm sure guys that watch the film on this would agree. You watched the Jets offense last year, and it just looked easy to defend, and these quick passes, it's like a quick stop route to Garrett Wilson or Devontae Adams, like every time. Like there's no pre-snap motion at all going on with the Rodgers offense. There's no play action going on with the Rodgers offense. He can't move, so there's nothing dynamic with him under center. So it's just kind of a generic default-looking type of offense. It kind of looks like the type of offense you would run in the preseason.
Okay. So tonight during the Stanley Cup final on True TV at 5:30, on Sportsnet at 6, and on the NHL Network at 7 on June 8th, there's a Stanley Pup commercial. The NHL, as part of a mission, they're a friendly competition featuring adoptable rescue dogs. It'll air in the U.S. and Canada to celebrate the Stanley Cup final. All 32 teams have an adoptable dog. You'll see they are named. The Sabres dog is named Rasmus Dalish. There are other dogs like Sidney Pawsby, Philip Forsberg, and Taylor Howell.
Okay.
Joe, I have been fortunate enough to come upon some information. I have a list of the Sabres dog names that didn't make it.
Okay.
Rasmus Dalish was chosen in my crack research skills and my sourcing. I was able to find some names that didn't make it. For instance, Rasmus Dalish is the choice, beating out Tage Chompson.
Oh.
And also Bark Malenstein.
Ah, good.
I stole that one from Twitter. Thank you to the person.
That's a good one.
I saw that one, and that gave me this entire idea. Of course, there's also Pucha-Pekka Luukkonen.
That's terrible.
I should have gone with, I thought Pucha-Pekka was a winner. Matthias Samuelsson.
What?
Matthias Samuelsson.
Gotcha. Yeah.
How do you feel about Jordan Greenwag?
Oh, that's good. That's
Jordan Greenwag?
That should have been it. Oh, I love that.
Jacob Bernard Dogger.
Ooh, okay. I had one for him that's I think I like better than that. Jacob St. Bernard Docker.
Okay.
Is another one you could go with.
Owen Parr.
Okay.
It's all building up to my favorite one that I have that...
Well, you save the favorite one because they're probably better than I thought of a couple in the break.
Rejected Sabres Stanley Pup names.
How about Yuri Kulik?
Love it.
I thought of Cage Thompson, Dog Cage Thompson.
Sure, yeah.
Bone Byram.
Bone Byram is a good one. Will he get traded before the commercial? No. I saw Elliot Friedman reporting that his name's everywhere at the Combine. Granted, the Combine is here.
He's just there at the Combine, walking around like...
Don't forget, how about this one? Lindy Ruff. That's not the big payoff. Here's the big payoff.
They really should have just done Lindy Ruff. that would have been perfect.
Jack Quinine.
Yeah,
it's a stretch.
Oh, like you're going for K9?
Yeah,
okay,
it's a stretch.
Yeah, it's
then here's the big one. Ready?
Yep.
Stay Peterka.
That's the winner.
Once I thought of that one, I was like, I got to make like 10 other ones just to get to stay Peterka.
That's the winner. Give it to him.
Apologies. I told the chat on YouTube to give
call
us some.
True TV. Get that one on. See if it's not too late.
Stay Peterka.
Stay Peterka. It's great.
All right. That's all I got. I thought you would not like Stay Peterka.
No, I like Stay Peterka. The Luukkonen one, yeah. You
don't like Pucha-Pekka Luukkonen?
Nah, not great.
Ukko-Pekka Puchinen? Neither.
Better. Not great. Yeah, Stay Peterka.
You can't have that many syllables and not find an appropriate dog name in there somewhere.
Yeah, well, I think we haven't. Not yet, at least.
All right. Somebody think of a good UPL one.
Oh, you do it with the initials? No, I don't know.
Anyway, that's that.
But they went with Rasmus Dahlin.
Rasmus Dahlin.
I think Rasmus Dahlin is maybe pretty low ranking among the ones we just went through. Not going to lie.
Imagine if they'd done Stay Peterka.
This is awesome.
They can't trade Peterka just because of all the fun we've already had with his name.
What about Rasmus Dalmatian? It's a stretch.
Yeah, a little bit. Anyway, adoptable dogs. I want to see the full list of names. Taylor Howell, Sidney Pawsby.
Yep.
Which team really nailed it? Which team went for it? Rasmus Pauline.
Okay. That just sounds like Paul, though.
True.
Yeah.
So which side are you on? Trade Peterka or stay Peterka? Sorry.
Put the graphic up.
It's Friday. What? You know. Anyway. All right. Mike Giannitti, Spot Track. There's a building story in the NFL about the salary cap and the circumvention of it. Kind of is what the teams are allowed to do, and some owners might be ready to bring that back.
And Goodell
rein that. Well, why would Goodell rein that in? He would do it for the owners that want to bring it back.
Right.
So we'll get Mike Giannitti's thoughts on that, like what it all means, how it lays out. You know, sometimes the cap can be confusing, and getting through all the language of it is tough. Mike always does a great job helping us understand. So want to get to that story because I do think it's relevant, given the Eagles championship, how much more they're spending. They're doing things differently than most teams. So we'll talk about that, Mike Giannitti, coming up here on WGR. Andrew Filipony on the Western Hotline on the Steelers. Andrew, could all this organizational, I guess the picture we're painting, could that lead to T.J. Watt ultimately leaving? There's said to be a deal on the table for him. He's on an expiring contract, and would he be one that's tired of the rut as well? Because winning is winning, and sometimes players approach it differently, right? Like, they probably don't feel that far away. They are making the playoffs. Could Watt want out because of this move and because of where the organization kind of lives?
I don't know T.J. Watt well. I don't think he particularly likes me because he is still harboring ill will towards me for two reasons. Number one, at the time, I didn't think it was a great draft pick, so the joke's on me. He was right. I was wrong about that. And then the other thing is they carried his brother on the roster for no reason and made him the highest paid fullback in the NFL, only to placate him and make him happy. So I've said those things, and he's still not happy with those things. But anyways, I believe, my opinion, is that the only thing that really matters to T.J. Watt is that the Steelers make him the highest paid defensive player in the NFL. And if they do that, I think it's going to be just like Myles Garrett and how he said, I want to go to a Super Bowl contender. Oh, here's $40 million a year. Instantly, he thinks Cleveland can get it done. And I think the same dynamic exists here. If the Steelers cough up the money and pay him more than rationalize still remaining a Steeler. If they don't and try to lowball him, well, then I'm sure we'll hear about things like wanting to win a playoff game, which he's never done in his career to this point. So I think the Steelers will cave. I think eventually they will give him more money than Myles Garrett. But I would be shocked. I would be absolutely shocked if Watt took less money than Myles Garrett because of his general disdain and dislike for Garrett and the fact that he is 100% convinced that he's a better football player than Myles Garrett.
How convinced are you that the Steelers would write that check?
I think they're going to cave, so I think it's like 90%. Yeah, I think there's a really high likelihood of that they're going to, I guess the salary cap goes up, the percentage of the cap isn't as high as you might think with a $40 million price tag on it. But, I mean, I don't really think this team is very close to winning.
The Indiana Pacers with a big comeback again. This time, Game 1 of the NBA Finals. They beat the Thunder by 1. They were down 9 with 3 minutes to go. Tyrese Halliburton scores a go-ahead bucket with 0.3 seconds to go, and they pull off the upset. 1-0 series lead for Indiana. Tonight, Game 2 between Edmonton and Florida in the Stanley Cup Final. 8 o'clock puck drop. Oilers lead 1-0. We'll have it here on WGR. Coverage of the Stanley Cup Final and WGR is presented by Fiegelcar and Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. And in football, Aaron Rodgers signing a 1-year deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He'll sign the deal today and be at minicamp next week. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Here's the thing is like we've had to win in so many different ways all year. We've had so many weird wins during the regular season, during the playoffs. So why would that change because we're here in the finals? It's not changing. So we just keep staying at it and just keep believing it.
Tyrese Halliburton, the Pacers stun the Thunder. Halliburton, late game heroics again. He's had a shot like that in every round. The numbers on him, the stats on him are incredible. In the final minute and a half of the fourth quarter and overtime this year, he's 12 of 13 from the field. It's just an unbelievable finisher in those moments, and the Pacers take a 1-0 series lead. Tonight, it's Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final from Edmonton, Panthers, and Oilers. Edmonton's up 1-0, so we'll go for Game 2. Meanwhile, good morning. Jeremy and Joe go to the Western Hotline. We're going to bring in Mike Giannetti of Spot Track because there's a story in the NFL that's percolating. Maybe it's getting a little bit bigger. Roger Goodell's name on this one, too, about the salary cap system and how it might change, and we thought no better person to talk about it than Mike Giannetti of Spot Track. Mike, good morning. Thanks for taking some time today.
Good morning. Thanks for having me back. Yep.
So, Mike, the story is that the league is, and Goodell and some owners are worried a little bit about the salary cap system. Of course, they like having a cap, but it's the system that is really coming into focus here, and under their focus. What is it, big picture view, that the league is starting to wade into the waters here on making changes going forward?
Yeah, so this one gets pretty in the weeds here, but for the surfacey here, it's the cap gymnastics that we reference so much that have become pretty prevalent across the league. In fact, I've put some social media stuff out this morning that kind of highlights how many teams are actually using multiple signing bonuses, void and dummy years, all these mechanisms that can be used to essentially delay when salary cap actually hits the books. And that's the thing, right? The deeper you dig into this, this is a cash conversation, right? And for the past 8 seasons, according to our numbers, teams have spent more cash than they've allocated salary cap in that single season. That's been an 8-year run on average. So this is a cash conversation that is using the salary cap as a way to adjust how much cash has to get spent out going forward. And that's going to be a tough sell for a league that is kind of printing its own money right now.
Yeah, this would have to be in the new CBA to change the way the salary cap works. And I think one of the takeaways here is the Players Association would not want this because cash is king, right? The cash is more important than the cap to the players. They're getting paid.
Oh, no question. And by the way, the use of the proration that I'm talking about, right? So signing bonuses over a 5-year stretch, that's helping them make more money as a player because, of course, the team can allocate much more money over 5 years than they'd be willing to do over 1 or 2 years. So this conversation is treading a lot of water here, and it's going to reduce pay if anything is changed over the course of the next CBA. But I will say this, Jeremy, the Players Association has not done well in holding back these kinds of things from changing. So the fact that Roger Goodell himself has made the statement is not a good moment for the Players Association.
Is Goodell putting his name on it an indication you think that there are enough teams that would support or maybe get to a point where they support a change here? Because wouldn't a team like Philadelphia or some of these teams that are spending void years, I guess how many of those teams would you think, no, we don't want to change it because we're the ones that usually get an advantage doing it this way?
I think it's really interesting, the teams that were singled out, at least from what came out of these meetings from Goodell. They're Eagles, the Rams, to some degree Baltimore, teams that are successful and also do this, right? How about a team that wasn't mentioned, the Saints, who hasn't won a Super Bowl since 2010? They have they pioneered this mechanism back in 1993, essentially, when the hard cap came back into existence. So I do think there's a little bit of remorse happening here, right? It's not unlike what's happening with the tush-push conversation, right? It's being talked about because it's been successful on the team that just won the Super Bowl. So I do think there's a little bit of recency bias happening here. But there are 6-7 teams in the league right now that don't do any of this. One of them being the Giants, a recent Bills iteration front office that is really holding bar to not going down this road as much as possible. So, yeah, there's certainly a split, a divide with teams that do this, use this, love this, are successful with this. Is there a majority? That's probably tough to sell right now. Yeah. I think it's probably a few characters coming forward and Goodell sort of owning up to them because it is an interesting conversation to at least bring to the forefront, but I don't think it would have majority at this point right now.
Mike Giannitti of Spot Trek. I'll probably ask similar questions, but I feel like hearing it different ways might help me understand it and help others out there understand it. Basically, the reason that players would not support this is because the salary cap as it exists, you can kind of borrow from your future, right? You take out a loan against your own cap in future years. And, Mike, I guess part of this is also the growing cap, the level of which it's growing every year means that owners that have the cash to do that really don't have to worry about borrowing from the future because there's always more space. Meanwhile, an owner that doesn't want to spend that cash, that's probably who is leading this to say, why don't we get this thing actually in between the two lanes on the highway here? No more borrowing from your future. You've got your money to spend. Let's all find a way to do it and stay in the rules because, if I'm an owner that's maybe not as liquid, I'm upset about the guys that are spending more money. We're supposed to be on an even playing field here, right? Is this about the lower cash flow owners?
Yeah, let me make sure I get the David and Goliath comment out there because you're absolutely right with this. Owners that are willing and able to hand out a bunch of cash every offseason, like what's happening with Philadelphia right now with Jeffrey Lurie and a couple of these other organizations that are really doing this annually with the same players, they are succeeding with this kind of moniker, right? And this is what happened with Tom Brady, by the way, for 18 years, essentially, right? A new signing bonus every offseason, keep the cap moving down the line. So this is not new, but you're right. This is a cash conversation, and it's about organizations. I would lump Green Bay back into this conversation. I know they were the big tush-push team. They're probably in on this. This is a non-owner entity in terms of the Green Bay Packers that is not liquid like some of these other organizations are. They are against this. They do not do this on a regular basis. In fact, they have 2 player contracts that include this void dummy year situation that we're referring to here. So it's definitely a David and Goliath situation. And by the way, Jeremy, there are things that I think have gone overboard. There's rollover cap. The cap is going up 15%. There is plenty of space to make this all work and keep players getting paid with inflation every single year. So I'm not saying that things haven't gone too far. I do believe that the use of these dummy years probably can be dialed back a little bit, but if it's dialed back entirely and this becomes an actual hard cap in this league, single year by single year, players will absolutely make less money. There's no question about it.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it would also, for a fan standpoint, like the NHL cap is pretty easy to understand, right? Like, hey, 6 years, $30 million, that's a $5 million hit, put it on the books and like lock it in there. And there's no reworking of contracts. Mike, how would this be factored in with non-guaranteed contracts? Because isn't that part of what's kind of baked in is that you're non-guaranteed, so one number looks different, and there's so much math to kind of fuzzy the numbers up, whereas a lot of these other sports, like I signed for $30 million, I'm getting $30 million. So can the league get this one thing accomplished without, in the meantime, giving up guaranteed contracts?
They shouldn't. That would be my first conversation if I'm the Players Association. It would be either we're fully guaranteeing all these salaries to sort of compromise and balance things out, or we're going to talk about the revenue split and, the fact that you call it a 48-52, but it's actually probably a 44, right, in terms of what the players are actually getting at the end of the day. And we're going to bring that forward so that there's at least more money available to players to go around. So, yes, that is it. If we're going to flatline these contracts to look more like the NBA and the NHL to make things a little bit easier and maybe more balanced across the league, those are the kind of compromises that this next CBA have to have discussions about.
Mike, I saw a chart yesterday that it was comparing how much cash the teams are spending per year, versus what the cap is. And I think last year, or maybe this year, it's 7% more on average that teams are spending versus the cap. How high could that go? Do you think these teams that are putting the dummy years in, the void years we're talking, could push the envelope even further? Or do you think we've about reached the max that they would want to push it?
No, I think that's actually the big conversation. I think the chart you're referring to is the one that compares the percent of cash versus the percent of cap.
Yes, yeah.
That's gotten as high as 14% of cash over cap just 5 years ago. And you're right, it's 7% now. That's going to be 9% by the end of this offseason. There's plenty of more work to do here in terms of sliding cap down the road here. So the average over the past 5-6 years is about 10% more cash than cap. That's the conversation. Right, and we can say that teams are delaying cap too much and they're paying the piper down the line, but this is about why are we paying this much cash if there's so much cap available to us, and agents are maybe getting us over a little bit here. So that's the big conversation. That chart is very important, and the cash flow is a very important conversation to this.
Story to watch in the NFL is Goodell and some owners look to make changes. It's not going to be an easy one. It won't happen quickly. The other caps tend to be a little simpler than the NFL cap.
Is there anybody else that's worth mentioning here? You mentioned the Giants. I think I saw a stat, maybe it was actually from you, the one about the Steelers versus the Browns, and maybe the Steelers are a team that doesn't do this a lot. Is there anyone else that you feel is worth mentioning as somebody that would not be happy with the way it's currently set up?
Yeah, I can tell you right now that the teams that don't do this at all right now, at least in this current mechanism, the Patriots, the Giants, the Steelers, the Bears, and the Raiders, they're off the board in terms of any of this conversation. And then at the top, the Bills are up there. The Bills are fourth right now in terms of void year contracts. The Browns, the Eagles, and the Saints are above them, but they have kind of turned a new leaf with how they're running things based on all these internal contract extensions over the past couple off seasons.
It's interesting. Those teams at the bottom you mentioned, those are big brand teams. Those are big markets. So it's interesting that they would be on that list.
How much of that is old ownership? I mean, I don't know. That might be that might just be a coincidence. Mike, on the Bills there, I remember Bosa got one. And upping the number of void years, is that something that you've seen Brandon Beane in the last year or two have a big uptick in?
Big time over the last 2 years. In fact, he was pretty public about not going down that route for a long time and not cap converting and all the stuff that comes with this. And then, you bend before you break. Unfortunately, that Josh Allen contract and a few others just kind of forced his hand, not to mention what the Eagles were doing, what the teams were doing that were becoming successful, right? By the way, a team that's not doing this, Kansas City. One void year contract, it's Patrick Mahomes. That's it. They do not do this on a regular basis, though they do convert cap and push it down the line a little bit. So it's a kind of a yin and a yang right now. You've got some successful teams at the bottom of this conversation, many at the top of this conversation. But yeah, Buffalo has sort of changed course over the past two off seasons.
Before we let you go, James Cook, next week we could get the next step in this with mandatory minicamp, whether or not he shows up or not. He's made a social media suggestion of $15 million. His brother tweeted 20. What's the right number for Cook? Where should the Bills go on this based on the league, the position, the climbing cap? I mean, running back has had its own roller coaster here, and it feels like things are getting better for running backs. What's right for James Cook?
I mean, the math says 10. I know 10's not going to get it done. 10 might be what the Bills are offering, right? Because they've been pretty good about coming with a number and kind of holding to that number. I think the positive for him right now is that Kyron Williams is in a very similar situation and a very similar resume. And both are looking for, I think, the right kind of contract over the next couple of months from their respective teams. So there may be a little bit of a back and forth with those negotiations if they can feed off each other a little bit.
Last thing for me, I was thinking about Barkley the other day and how when he was a franchise tag, which is, I know, different, but when he was going through with the Giants, they gave him a couple $1 million more to kind of come in and make that better for that 1 year. Can the Bills... Is that an outcome here, or is that not how that would work with him still being in his rookie contract, Mike, where the Bills and him could say, all right, we're not going to do an extension, but we'll throw a couple million here to make everybody happy?
Yeah, you'd have to rip up that rookie contract and start over. And he already got a pretty nice raise because of the performance escalator. So he's over $5 million cash right now. So you'd have to rip that up, start over, maybe give him like a 1 year kind of an early franchise tag type situation with some incentives built into it. I'm not sure he's buying that. He's definitely looking for a multi-year guarantee right here.
All right. Mike Giannetti of Spot Trek. Mike, thanks very much.
Thanks, Mike.
You bet.
That story from Goodell, that story about the cash flow, it just, I realize it might not be the most, entertaining, engaging, but it's, to me, it matters to understand that all these teams are actually not on the same playing field. We think of them like they are, but they're definitely not. The Saints haven't succeeded with it, but what the Eagles do financially against, like, the Steelers, as he mentioned, you're just not playing with the big boys if you're the Steelers. And that, to me, that's nuts. All these other teams are dipping into their future knowing there's going to be more money down the line, and the owner has to make the commitment. Like, you sign a contract for $100 million guaranteed, that all that's got to go into escrow. You got to be liquid with that cash. It's just kind of wild that we think of the NFL as this capped league where parity reigns, and because of these little levers that teams can pull, they can really get a lot out of it. The Eagles model is, sure, on NFL Network and on, these film shows, like, look at the front four and how they've drafted. How do they keep all these players together offensively? By doing this. They spend more. They are willing to spend more cash. That's how they keep it together. So I think it's really interesting, and I don't know, what the future holds for the NFL and the cap, but
it would make me want to bet on teams that are also pouring as many resources in as possible, figuring it out before the other ones. Like, comparing Cleveland and Pittsburgh there and the wide gap between them, Cleveland's got it wrong. Like, not on this, but they got the quarterback wrong.
Yep.
Right? They signed him to all that money, and he ended up being terrible, karma, so they end up stinking. They made the playoffs the one time, but they stink right now. But I don't know. Wouldn't I bet on them figuring it out before Pittsburgh? Because they're doing other weird stuff. Like, they're fully guaranteeing rookie contracts. See that? Like, they're stopping. I don't know if this is still true. It was true last Friday that every round of the draft, all the a bunch of the rookies had signed, like almost all of them. In the second round, I think there have only been 2 guys who have signed, and it's because they signed fully guaranteed contracts. And Cleveland did it. The first guy, Schweisenberger, the linebacker that we talked about for the Bills, they fully guaranteed his contract. So now what's everybody doing after him in the second round? They're saying, wait a minute, he got a fully guaranteed contract. Why can't I get that? So, not to say it's even smart business, but Cleveland is putting resources into it. So they might stink right now, but I don't know. I would want to bet on a team like that getting good before I would bet on Pittsburgh, even though the histories of the two franchises would tell you should probably bet Pittsburgh. I'd bet Cleveland figures it out.
It is interesting to note, Mike says there, with Allen's contract, the Bills' hand might be forced to, start to use more void years. That might also be feeling like you're closer to getting to the finish line.
Yeah.
We got to do it. Pour in a little bit more. A couple more void years. Bosa's cap hit being 5 because he's on a 1-year deal with a void year, or a couple at the end.
Because they're borrowing from next year's cap.
Yeah.
Because they're putting $7 million of it into next year.
Which is,
so instead of doing it for 12 this year, let's do it for 5 this year and 7 next year when he's not on the team anymore.
Right. Which is something you should definitely be doing if you're a contending team trying to get one more player. So it's nice to see the Bills doing it. It's definitely a thing that, you need your owner to do more than your GM. It's really about, is your owner willing to do it? And the GM to some degree as well, because he's the one working around the cap, but every other cap goes up.
And isn't that also, like, hearing all this, like the Bills, what do you say the Bills are 4th in that? He had Cleveland above them in Philly.
Philadelphia,
there was one other.
New Orleans, way up there.
It just makes it even more incredible how they operate versus how the hockey team operates. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Because there's no reason to complain. Sure, they don't do it as much as Philly. You could aspire to that. You could hope, man, I wish I could do it as much as Philly does it, because Philly does it a ton. But they're 4th. Versus the hockey team, where it's just like, I don't know. They've left, what is it, $30 million on the table in the last 4 years of cap?
It's 60, isn't it?
Or 60, right, it's higher. Yeah.
$60 million in unused cap since 2020, I think it's the number.
It's so different.
803-0550. Happy Friday. The Steelers have put out a hype video.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
It is very...
The football traveling through the air as it spins, it says, agreed to terms.
It's the weirdest video I've seen in a long time.
It's a weird video.
The Steelers hype video for Aaron Rodgers is a bunch of highlights of him in Green Bay and with the Jets. And there's one Photoshop / I guess, AI version of Rodgers from behind with blonde hair wearing a Steelers jersey. I mean, Joe.
What number do they have him on in there, by the way? Does it say? Or do they don't have a number?
No, there's no number.
Okay, because I've seen some stuff there about, like, ESPN's been photoshopping him in number 12, I guess.
But that's Terry Bradshaw.
And what did Terry Bradshaw just say about Aaron Rodgers?
Go away.
Go away. I don't want you. Terrible. Like, imagine he's not going to ask Bradshaw for it, right?
He's going to wear 8 then?
Although, wouldn't it be the most Aaron Rodgers thing ever to tell Pittsburgh, like, last thing here, I need 12?
I don't think 12 is retired.
12 is not retired by the Steelers.
It's not?
It's not.
So he wouldn't have to ask Bradshaw?
He wouldn't.
Do you think he would do it out of spite? Oh, look, this old clown is talking about me in the media. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to wear 12. I'm going to wear his number. See how he feels about that one. Oh, that could be such a juicy story. He's definitely the type of person who would do that. Totally.
Wait, now I see that it is retired.
It is retired?
No, it does not. Sorry. A lot of the headlines, if you search it, will say retired numbers. Will he wear 12? And you click, it's like it's not retired.
So he can just wear 12.
He could just wear 12.
I wonder what the Steelers would do there. Would they be like, Aaron, you want to not do that? I don't really. The organization would be like, can we not stoke this flame?
Yeah.
He might say, I want it anyway.
I'm glad though that if you see this video, I'm glad you noticed the same thing I did because of all the hype videos that have ever been weird, a spinning football in the air on a pass having agreed to terms put on the football as it spins, and that's the only thing you see from the Steelers. You wouldn't even really know that he signed in this hype video other than that. If you just watch this video, I don't know what you would think.
Very quickly, because we're late to break. Is it not strange the Steelers don't have Bradshaw's number retired? They only have 3 retired numbers. Franco Harris, Ernie Stoutner, who's played in the 50s and 60s, and then Joe Green. Mean Joe Green. Not Bradshaw?
I mean, no Roethlisberger? Maybe there's not time. Maybe.
Well, you can't do Roethlisberger if you haven't done Bradshaw, right? And if you haven't done Bradshaw by now, why would you ever do it?
I don't know.
He played 50 years ago. That's weird.
Man, he's going to wear 12, isn't he?
I think that'll be juicy. Give me Bradshaw's first. Does Fox have that first game?
Ooh.
Jets and Steelers? Probably not to AFC. Although they mix it up a little bit more. I want to hear Bradshaw on it after he takes his number. That could be fun.
Rodgers is he's back. Signs his deal pending a physical. Off we go. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Andrew Filipony on the Western Hotline on the Steelers. Andrew, could all this organizational, I guess the picture we're painting, could that lead to T.J. Watt ultimately leaving? There's said to be a deal on the table for him. He's on an expiring contract. And would he be one that's tired of the rut as well? Because winning is winning, and sometimes players approach it differently, right? Like, they probably don't feel that far away. They are making the playoffs. Could Watt want out because of this move and because of where the organization kind of lives?
I don't know T.J. Watt well. I don't think he particularly likes me because he is still harboring ill will towards me for 2 reasons. Number one, at the time, I didn't think it was a great draft pick, so the joke's on me. He was right. I was wrong about that. And then the other thing is they carried his brother on the roster for no reason and made him the highest paid fullback in the NFL, only to placate him and make him happy. So I've said those things, and he's still not happy with those things. But anyways, I believe, my opinion, is that the only thing that really matters to T.J. Watt is that the Steelers make him the highest-paid defensive player in the NFL. And if they do that, I think it's going to be just like Myles Garrett and how he said, I want to go to a Super Bowl contender. Oh, here's $40 million a year. Instantly, he thinks Cleveland can get it done. And I think the same dynamic exists here. If the Steelers cough up the money and pay him more than rationalize still remaining a Steeler. If they don't and try to lowball him, well, then I'm sure we'll hear about things like wanting to win a playoff game, which he's never done in his career to this point. So I think the Steelers will cave. I think eventually they will give him more money than Myles Garrett. But I would be shocked. I would be absolutely shocked if Watt took less money than Myles Garrett because of his general disdain and dislike for Garrett and the fact that he is 100% convinced that he's a better football player than Myles Garrett.
How convinced are you that the Steelers would write that check?
I think they're going to cave, so I think it's like 90%. Yeah, I think there's a really high likelihood of that they're going to, I guess the salary cap goes up, the percentage of the cap isn't as high as you might think with a $40 million price tag on it. But, I mean, I don't really think this team is very close to winning.
My son has a new thing where
it's chaotic.
It is chaotic. I mean, it's T-ball, so they had a good time. That was wonderful. But he wanted to continue playing catch. Like when we get home, we're going to play catch, right? I want to play catch, Daddy, when we get home. And I'm like, buddy, it's pretty late. It's going to get dark. It's bedtime.
Yeah.
He's got this new thing that it's it's not exactly great behavior, but you can't help but laugh at it. Mm-hmm. He says, I'll punch you forever if you don't play. I'm going to punch you forever if you don't play catch with me tonight.
Yeah.
I'm like, buddy, we can't do that. He's like, no, I'm gonna fall asleep and then I'm gonna wake up in the night. I'm gonna punch you forever if you don't play catch.
Like
with
a sneak attack?
Yes.
In the middle of the night?
He's threatening to punch me in my sleep if I don't play catch with him. It's like, all right. He doesn't. It's hard not to laugh. Like,
yeah.
All right, what are you supposed to say?
You should go next level and just stand over you at some point in the middle of the night. Just not like, I'll do it.
Stare down. Like,
I'll do it. But then tomorrow better be a catch day.
Right. Remember what I said?
Tomorrow's going to be different.
Put some lights in the backyard, old man. Let's go.
Exactly. Yeah.
I got practice.
Yeah. He's trying to be great. He wants to be great. Tyrese Halliburton hits a game-winning shot for the Indiana Pacers at, not quite at the buzzer, but 0.3 seconds to go to win Game 1 of the NBA Finals. 1-0 Indiana over OKC. Game 2's on Sunday. Game 2 tonight of Edmonton and Florida is at 8 o'clock. We'll have that here on WGR. Oilers lead 1-0. You can listen to that game here on WGR. Coverage of the Stanley Cup Final on WGR is presented by Fiegel Car & Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. Aaron Rodgers is signing his one-year deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's agreeing to terms and will be at minicamp for Pittsburgh next week. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Oh my gosh. That is cooked beyond belief. That's more than half baked there. It was burnt to a crisp. Oh my gosh.
I actually like this shot for you.
I've got nothing. All right. Okay. It's very good. and that's what Oakmont does to you.
Bryson DeChambeau practicing at Oakmont. We've got a Let's Get Stupid for everybody in a moment. First, though, congratulations to Keith H. from Akron for winning this week's Encore Golf Friday foursome. Keith, you've scored an 18-hole round of golf at Royal Niagara Golf Club, a $25 Encore Golf gift card, a dozen Encore golf balls. You can still enter the Encore Golf Friday foursome contest now at WGR550.com. So go enter, and maybe next Friday we call your name like we just called Keith H. from Akron.
Let's go.
Keith, Joe, we're available.
Hit us up.
Yeah, if you need a couple people for the foursome.
I've never played Royal Niagara, so
I did a long time ago. It's been a long time.
Yeah,
beautiful. All right, so I've got a Let's Get Stupid based on that Bryson DeChambeau thing. You want Let's Get Stupid?
Sure. His ball drops out of sight when it falls into the rough.
Yes. So for those of you that sometimes those in the chat really they get the sads when we talk a little golf, but the U.S. Open's next week. It's Oakmont, and I've got a Let's Get Stupid. So let's do it. So he drops the ball in the rough, and you immediately can't see it.
Yeah,
it's gone.
Gone.
How about, as an idea for a golf tournament, maybe the PGA becomes this.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there's another tournament like these tournaments are looking for an identity.
Mm-hmm.
Here's my identity for a tournament. Whoever wants it, you can have it. Your identity will be you're gonna grow the rough out like Oakmont, and you're not gonna have spotters find the balls for the guy, and they're gonna take strokes like the USGA rules say. Sorry, you lost it in the rough.
No spotters.
No spotters. Because if you or I go out to play golf and have that happen to us, we're supposed to take a penalty.
Yeah.
We don't have people searching for our balls. You would lose 30 balls in a round in the rough at Oakmont.
Yeah.
PGA players would lose 30 balls around.
Yeah.
The rough is so thick.
Well, PGA players might, if that rule was in place for them and it would happen that often, they wouldn't have driver all day.
No, that's right. They'd be
drivers would be eliminated from the U.S. Open.
They'd be playing 8 irons through the fairways.
Yeah.
It is nuts. First off, that's obviously a terrible rule that we're supposed to take a penalty when everyone knows it went in the rough and we can't find it.
Right.
This rough at Oakmont is so thick. It's unbelievable. You could stand in a spot, drop a ball down, and you will lose it next to your foot.
Yeah.
That's how far down it's going to go in that grass.
That is Bryson DeChambeau, who hits the ball further than anybody on the planet. His backswing, how far is he from the pin? Is he 10 yards?
Yeah.
15 yards at most? He takes a full backswing. Like the club over his shoulder. His follow-through is he's not trying to crush it, but he takes a full swing. He probably hits a 56 iron or 56 wedge 150 yards.
Right. Maybe more. Yeah.
It's wild. I don't know that I would have the strength to get it out of that rough and get it to the green 10 yards away.
I want to see these guys play without a spotter finding their ball. I mean, it'd be the slowest round ever because they'd go all the way to the time limit trying to find it.
I mean, really what they should do is just change the rule.
Yeah.
So that we don't have to
we don't get
a penalty if we just couldn't find it, knowing that it's definitely in play somewhere.
Right. We don't take that penalty, and no one should. Owen and I were playing last week. We had a match. He hit a ball in the rough. He couldn't find it. And we're in a match there. So, what are we supposed to do? I told him, you don't have to take that stroke.
I would,
The compromise was he decided he felt like he should take it because...
I would have fought you. I wouldn't have let you.
Here's what we did, though. Because it could be behind a tree, and then you would have to punch out. You don't really know where that ball is.
Sure.
We didn't find it. It was not just in the rough. So what we decided was, because he wanted to take the stroke, I said, fine, take the penalty in our match. Don't count it in your score. When your score's done, I don't want you to take that. I know the ball should be here.
Yeah.
It's up to the player. But the gallery rule is, of course, one that everybody should use for pace of play because it's one spot where Bryson DeChambeau and everybody at Oakmont is getting an advantage that we don't get. Someone is going to look at that ball and say, here it is, and put a flag in the ground.
Yeah. How about instead of... What you guys did, which is you took the penalty in the match, but not on his score.
Yeah,
right.
Instead, no penalty, but Jeremy gets to place your ball wherever he wants.
I just put it right behind a tree.
Right, you could be a jerk. You could be a jerk about it and put him behind the tree, and then you're hitting 2 from behind the tree.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. You could.
Jerk? What Michael?
Not jerk.
What Michael Jordan do? He'd put it behind a tree. Be like,
Michael Jordan would put it up against a tree.
Find a sewer line to put it in.
Yeah, he would drop it in a hole.
I'm just saying, I'm a competitor.
Right.
It was a heck of a
But
match.
you might still be able to do something with it. You might be able to advance it forward another way
I like
or wrap
that,
it
'cause
around.
It's, if I could hit a shot, I could hit a shot. But if I'm, just losing a ball and eating a stroke.
I'm a little bit. We'll see about Oakmont next week how it goes. We'll have, of course, previews and coverage, and it's right there in Pittsburgh. I'm nervous about the golf. I think it might be bad. The rough is absurd. The greens are fast.
But that can be fun in its own viewing, right?
I mean, I want to see great shots, man. I'm here to see great shots. And the U.S. Open every once in a while has it where they're all just surviving, and we're all laughing at how bad the shots are and how mad they're getting.
Yeah.
You've got your golf fans that get really happy when players yell at the course.
It's the thing, though. It's the U.S. Open's thing.
Let's bet different players to break clubs. Tyrrell Hatton, he's going to swear 1,000 times.
Shane Lowry right now is... he's having a month.
Yeah.
He's mad. He's slamming clubs. He's cursing out. What did he say about Quail Hollow? Bleep this place.
It has no soul.
Yeah,
he said that, but no, he like chunked like something with the fairway.
Oh,
and he slammed his club on the ground and screamed, "Bleep this place."
He had that ball laying in a divot that was his divot.
That's what it was.
And he wanted a free drop, and they wouldn't give it to him, and he was so mad at the rules official.
Lowry will. You said Hatton already? Hatton is money to do it.
He's a mad guy.
He will definitely do it at some point. Spieth also.
There's my Let's Get Stupid. An event where they don't spot the ball out of the rough for the players. Maybe not that great.
You could just hire your own spotter.
True.
Take him everywhere with you.
Their caddies will do that for you.
Right, yeah. Yep.
Caddies are pretty good at that. Turns out if you're out, 200 yards out there, you'll see where the ball went much more accurately.
My first experience with that ever is when we were lucky enough to play Oak Hill a couple of years ago, and we had like one caddy for the four of us, and he would ride on the back of the cart, and before you could get out of your cart to get on the tee box, this kid is already sprinting up the fairway.
Yeah.
He's running. He's like 250 yards up the fairway, which was a little generous, but...
Florida and Edmonton tonight. How do you like Edmonton to take a 3-0 lead and then Florida to win 3 straight to force a Game 7? The mirror of last year's series. I've got a stat for you on McDavid and Draisaitl together. In Game 1 in that series, Edmonton wins. Draisaitl scores the first and the last goal. In Game 1, when Draisaitl and McDavid were on the ice together, they played across all strengths for 19-21 in Game 19 minutes, 21 seconds.
Yep.
Shots on goal for the 19-21, the two were on the ice. Now, again, there's some power play in there. 16-2 Oilers when those two were on the ice.
Unbelievable.
16-2.
Yeah. They don't play together all the time, but Knobloch's pretty good at, like, in spots, late in games, late in periods. They're a little back and forth together, but
Knobloch's super fun to watch coach as a sort of someone that has ran a bench. He, as soon as the game starts, it's a total blender, and he is just matching whoever he thinks is playing well, and it's super, super interesting to watch him identify who he thinks is playing at a level that he wants to put them with McDavid or with Draisaitl.
Yeah.
Because you have two superhumans that if you've got anybody else on the roster that's having a decent night, if you put them with one of those two guys, it's going to make them look like all-stars. And it's just it's a cheat code for a coach, and he is so effective at just finding ways to exploit it. I love watching him coach.
I wasn't paying attention to this. I wonder how many of those 16 shots they had, Barkov wasn't on the ice.
Yeah, because they can't match.
They can't match. And he's like the best defensive center in the sport.
I think the home ice advantage for Edmonton is massive just because of the matchup.
You could keep him away from Barkov.
Right, you can put McDavid out there against whoever you want, and then I think it was last year 1-1 Barkov versus McDavid goals in the final, and then when McDavid was out there against Bennett, it was 5-1, 6-1. It's a massive difference for them.
803-0550. Game 2 tonight. Jeremy and Joe, we'll talk with Nate Geary. We've got an event coming up, fundraiser for the 100 Holes of Golf coming up next week. You can join us. So please do. Thursday at Wayland, we'll tell you all about it. Some prizes we're going to give away. We're going to send out a Venmo link. You can make a donation. Lots of good prizes that you don't have to attend. So come to the party because it'll be fun. But be on the lookout for that. We're going to raise money for the Live Like Luca Foundation and the Courage of Carly Fund as well with Roswell Park. So stay tuned. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Trying to find this Halliburton stat. I'm finding every other amazing Halliburton stat because he hit a game-winning shot again. And the numbers on him, he's the new big shot Bob, Robert Horry, except he's hitting more of them, and he's way more. And he's a more important player to his team. Like Robert Horry, if you remember him, was a great role player, won a bunch of titles. Anyway,
but his biggest shot wasn't his biggest shot with the Lakers to win is not like the ball just kind of gets bounced out to him. Kobe goes in for the game-winning layup. It goes off the rim. One of the Kings, I think, swats the ball out to the three-point line. It goes right to Horry.
Yeah.
And he hits it.
I'll start you here. This is not the stat I had on Halliburton that I wanted to bring up, but I will. Halliburton, when taking a shot to tie or take the lead in the final 1:30 of a game, fourth quarter or overtime.
Yep.
He is 12 of 13.
And that's just this season.
Just this year.
Just this year.
He is 12 of 13 when shooting in the final minute and a half. The Pacers trailed by 9 with 2:52 to play. Teams in that spot in NBA Finals games were 0-121 until last night.
Yep.
They've come back from down 15 5 times this postseason. Their record when trailing by 15 is 5-3.
That's incredible.
That's nuts, too.
That's incredible.
There's so many Pacers stunning stats. The one I saw that I'm going to just give you the rundown of it roughly is that Halliburton has now hit a game-winning or game-tying shot in the final 3 seconds of every round of this playoffs.
Yeah.
And I think it was that no other NBA player has ever done that, and he's done it in one postseason.
Right, like they've never done no one's ever done in their career.
No one has that shot 4 times in a career.
And he's got one per round right now.
He's
a witch.
It's amazing.
He's a witch. You expect him to make that shot in the final second when he's coming down against the best defense in the league all year long by far.
41-year-old Aaron Rodgers, who is a losing quarterback in his last 2 years of starts, not impressive, went to the Jets for 2 years like they were going to win a Super Bowl, got hurt, missed a full year, came back, they were a disaster. He put up numbers once the season was over, and here he is with the Steelers, which, good for them. They're definitely more interesting. And one thing it does is the thing that always happens to the Steelers. Their ceiling is probably finishing 10-7 and losing in the first round of the playoffs to an actually good team.
Yes.
That's probably their ceiling.
Because I don't think, does anyone think Rodgers has another gear in him at this age than what they had in Pittsburgh the last couple of years? Like last year they weren't horrific at quarterback, right? They weren't good. I don't think, but
no,
Wilson had a couple of nice games.
Fields started well enough that there was a controversy, and Fields got another chance to play based on how well he played.
That's right, and they would put him in for special packages, too, on like third and short situations, but Rodgers last year with the Jets, it's a tough year to evaluate because the numbers actually don't look that bad. 63% completion percentage, 3,900 yards, 28 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. If I told you a Steelers quarterback's going to do that this year, you'd probably think, okay, wait a minute, that's better than what they've had, right? Almost 4,000 yards. But there's a lot of context to that. The Jets were trailing a ton. There's a lot of those stats that are when they are behind. And just from watching those games, I'm sure guys that watch the film on this would agree. You watched the Jets offense last year, and it just looked easy to defend, and these quick passes, it's like a quick stop route to Garrett Wilson or Devontae Adams, like every time. Like there's no pre-snap motion at all going on with the Rodgers offense. There's no play action going on with the Rodgers offense. He can't move, so there's nothing dynamic with him under center. So it's just kind of a generic, default-looking type of offense. It kind of looks like the type of offense you would run in the preseason.
Hey, it's National Donut Day. And there are a lot of donuts out there.
There are so many donuts.
And I had a half of one of the cherry sour cream glazed kind of thing. God, I'm just hungry, and
it's probably a good move.
I'm going to do it. I did it. It's National Donut Day. I have done my part. I've participated.
Those are monster donuts out there.
Those are huge.
So half is the way to go. See, the thing that's tough for me about that is my go-to donut is like the vanilla cream donut in the middle, and that is not a donut to really you do cut in half.
No, that's right.
You don't want to leave that half with the gushing out of the middle all over everything else.
No, and that one you just eat 3/4 of it. You start at one side, get yourself that cream, and then toss out the crust, basically, if you want to.
Just eat the middle of it.
I'm just hold on. I want our listeners to prepare themselves because I feel like we know you pretty well. I'm prepared for your trash donut take. What you've got to have a trash donut take. You're laughing.
What is this? This is a reaction to Andy's mints are terrible?
I mean,
is that a hot take?
I feel like we can count on you to give us.
This is just no. I don't know what. I don't have this reputation for bad food takes.
Let's ask the chat. What does the chat say?
Maybe a little strange on some of them. The Cobb salad one. I mean, you go to the movies to get popcorn. That's just as strange. I mean, not just as strange. Sorry, not. Go to the movies to get popcorn to then go back home to watch the movie there with the popcorn.
Get popcorn at the movies, take it home.
Yeah.
Less weird than eating a Cobb salad at the movies.
I'm not sure about that. Put a poll up. Donut takes. The Boston cream's overrated.
I have no issue with that take.
Not a big powdered donut person. It just gets too messy.
Not a problem there.
I don't think I'm going to have a crazy donut take for you.
No?
Not like a huge donut eater.
You going to tell me that apple fritters are bad?
No, never.
Okay.
That's not.
What else?
Love apple fritters.
What would be a universally accepted donut take that if you were... Like, how do you feel about the peanut stick? Or how do you feel about...
Hate it.
Yeah, it's...
No part.
I don't have a lot of love for it. How about sour cream glazed?
Good.
It's great.
It's fine. A little boring.
Birthday cake?
Yeah, you start getting into the fancy flavors. Like those can be hit or miss. That one I would say is more of a hit.
Okay.
The vanilla cream though, to me, that is the king. The chocolate top, the vanilla cream in the middle. That is the goat donut.
Oh, you want chocolate on the top, but you want
it's got to be chocolate on the top.
Cream, not custard, is what you want.
Cream, not custard. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. Which I guess is really isn't it just kind of like frosting in the middle?
Yeah, pretty much.
It's just a little thinner than frosting.
Yep.
The Boston cream, I always feel like is just I want it to be the vanilla cream, and that is what. If the vanilla cream didn't exist, I might like the Boston cream more. Because what else are you putting that custard in?
Yeah,
pies. There are probably pies with that type of custard.
My
in it.
potential trash donut take. I don't know. I feel like it's not that outlandish. It's just like jelly. Just leave it.
I don't disagree with that.
Just don't eat it. Don't need it. Never need it. There's a jelly donut. Thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah.
Not even that they're bad. When I do partake, I think it's fine, but just no thanks.
Yeah.
That's where I'm living.
They're all pretty good though. Not always worth it. It's got to be one of the top ones though, because even though the ones the bottom of my rankings might be pretty good, I mean a donut can make you feel like full.
Yes.
Like, ugh, what did I just do?
Yes.
Let me just eat green things for the next 3 days after doing that, depending how big it is. What about the donut holes?
Yeah. It's National Donut Day. You can get a lot of if you actually just go online. There are places that will just give you a free donut today.
Yeah,
kind of like on Slushy Day, you get it right. 7-Eleven Day, you get a free slushy. It's kind of like
free
that.
Slurpee.
Just saying thank you, Slurpee. Yeah.
Anyone making the apple cider donuts this time of year? Probably not, right? Those are more for the fall.
Yeah,
because those would be top 5. Those are good.
Nate Geary, when we return, will tell you a little bit about our fundraiser coming up on Thursday from Wayland. Nate and I are going to be there with anybody else that wants to come. You guys can come if you want. What are you doing? You got the plans Thursday the 12th?
No, that's. I think I will be there.
It's the first round of the U.S. Open. We'll be watching the golf on TV. We'll be yelling at the players at the rough. But yeah, we're gonna raise some money.
That'll be day after my 30th. So I'll go out for the first time as a 30-year-old.
30 years old.
Yeah, not loving it. I found a silver hair the other day.
I mean,
just one. We're fine.
I turned 46 in 3 weeks.
Okay.
Get the cane ready, Jeremy.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's 46 is nothing.
46. Yeah, I don't know. I heard a friend of mine that I did not know.
You're not old enough yet to where you're thinking about your 50th, I bet.
I was just going to say, a good friend of mine that I know is a little older than me, I just heard him say, I'm 50. And I thought, you're 50? It was Brad Ryder. Sorry, Brad, if you're listening. He's like, yeah, I'm 50.
Brad's 50?
That's what I said.
No,
Brad, you're
Brad being 50.
You're 50? And I know he's 4 years older than me. Like, what?
That messes me up.
Right.
Yeah, I've known Brad since I was
that's
6.
wild. Brad Ryder, yeah.
And we're all dealing with Brad. I hope you're not listening, because we're all dealing with your being 50.
Wow.
So yeah, that is the first time I thought about 50.
That's gnarly.
Just now?
Yeah, when I heard Brad say that, I
start
thought,
planning the party.
50. All right, let's have a huge party.
Golf trip?
It's been discussed.
Of course.
If you're doing a golf trip for your 50th though, it's got to be worth it. It's got to be St. Andrews level.
There's also been a loose discussion. My wife and I have big milestones, like not that far apart. Like we could both go.
Sort of a combined effort.
Combo party.
It's been discussed.
Or combo trip.
It's been discussed. Anyway, 803-0550, our phone number. Nate Geary on the other side to tell you a little about this fundraiser and whatever else is on his mind. We'll chat with him, see what he's got thoughts on in OTAs and James Cook and all that good stuff.
And I want to get take very quickly on the Knicks firing their head coach after going to the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time in 25 years. He's a very big Knicks fan.
Post-mortem on the Knicks. All right. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Andrew Filipony in the Wester Hotline on the Steelers. Andrew, could all this organizational, I guess the picture we're painting, could that lead to T.J. Watt ultimately leaving? There's said to be a deal on the table for him. He's on an expiring contract, and would he be one that's tired of the rut as well? Because winning is winning, and sometimes players approach it differently, right? Like, they probably don't feel that far away. They are making the playoffs. Could Watt want out because of this move and because of where the organization kind of lives?
I don't know T.J. Watt well. I don't think he particularly likes me because he is still harboring ill will towards me for two reasons. Number one, at the time, I didn't think it was a great draft pick, so the joke's on me. He was right. I was wrong about that. And then the other thing is they carried his brother on the roster for no reason and made him the highest paid fullback in the NFL, only to placate him and make him happy. So I've said those things, and he's still not happy with those things. But anyways, I believe, my opinion, is that the only thing that really matters to T.J. Watt is that the Steelers make him the highest-paid defensive player in the NFL. And if they do that, I think it's going to be just like Myles Garrett and how he said, I want to go to a Super Bowl contender. Oh, here's $40 million a year. Instantly, he thinks Cleveland can get it done. And I think the same dynamic exists here. If the Steelers cough up the money and pay him more than rationalize still remaining a Steeler. If they don't and try to lowball him, well, then I'm sure we'll hear about things like wanting to win a playoff game, which he's never done in his career to this point. So I think the Steelers will cave. I think eventually they will give him more money than Myles Garrett. But I would be shocked. I would be absolutely shocked if Watt took less money than Myles Garrett because of his general disdain and dislike for Garrett and the fact that he is 100% convinced that he's a better football player than Myles Garrett.
How convinced are you that the Steelers would write that check?
I think they're going to cave, so I think it's like 90%. Yeah, I think there's a really high likelihood of that they're going to, I guess the salary cap goes up, the percentage of the cap isn't as high as you might think with a $40 million price tag on it. But, I mean, I don't really think this team is very close to winning.
I like this from John Ledyard of John Ledyard. He writes for PFF and does an Audibles and Analytics podcast, and he wrote about the Steelers. Continually vindicated on the Steelers' organizational ranking in my recent podcast series. He says they're a directionless franchise that continues to not see the writing on the wall at offensive coordinator and quarterback, refusing to go all in on the future. They are a mess. They are overrated culturally, one of the biggest declines of the last 5 years. Constant self-created drama and distraction, and they just brought in one of the biggest ones, and the move has no upside. Sad to see what has become of a once proud franchise. And
Spicy.
I almost want to say
he covers the Steelers. Too.
Haven't we been on this for a while?
Yes.
That Mike. There's no doubt Mike Tomlin is a good football coach, and he gets a lot out of the teams he puts out there. But when it comes to the vision that an organization should have, the Steelers are terrible at that. Mm-hmm. Absolutely terrible. Constantly, they believe that treading water is success. And I guess it's different because if you're a franchise that has won that many Super Bowls, you could kind of point to some inflated sense of what winning means and how it's in our DNA to always do our best and blah, blah, blah. But really, you had a window here to take a minute, have a season, and just bounce back with a new quarterback next year. They tried it with Kenny Pickett, who they drafted 20th in a year with no quarterbacks.
Right.
That's the last time they drafted a quarterback. That was obviously not a good idea. It's not a good class. The first one goes 20th. That's a flawed quarterback class. You probably shouldn't do that. So now they have this window, and they're just going to let Aaron Rodgers step in and knock them out of it. Because Rodgers is probably good enough to win them more games than Mason Rudolph.
Yeah.
And who's going to need quarterbacks next year? 3 or 4 teams. They're going to pick in the top 6, and the Steelers are going to pick 12th.
Right. And they're always going to be they're going to be last to the trough.
Yep. Congratulations. And you've done it again.
The Pacers take Game 1 in a similar fashion to how they've won a lot of games in these playoffs. They were down 9 with 3 minutes to go, and Tyrese Halliburton scored a game-winning shot with 0.3 seconds on the clock. Teams were 0-182 in the NBA Finals when down 9 with 3 minutes remaining. Now it's 1-182. So Indiana up 1-0. They pull off the upset. NBA Finals taking 2 days off between games, so Game 2 isn't until Sunday. Tonight, Game Game 2 of the NHL final, Stanley Cup final between Edmonton and Florida. Oilers lead 1-0. It's an 8 o'clock puck drop, and you can listen to that right here on WGR. Coverage of the Stanley Cup final on WGR is presented by Fiegelcar and Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. Aaron Rodgers agrees to sign a 1-year deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers, flying there today to sign, and he'll be at mandatory minicamp next week. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
The regulation winner, the Pacers, rally from down 15. They've done that 5 times this postseason. Most in a single postseason era since they started tracking that in 1997, I guess, which is why it's kind of funny it's only since 1997. But anyway, the Pacers are 5-3 when trailing by 15 or more this playoffs. Last night's game was great. Yeah, and Halliburton's been awesome. Joining us on the Wester Hotline, you know him as the guy whose team got thwacked out of the playoffs by the Pacers. It's Mr. Nate Geary, host of an assortment of shows on this station, Bills pregame, Bills postgame, Bills halftime, filling in with us. Hey, Nate, good morning.
Who needs friends, I guess? You know, I had all day to play that clip. You just waited for me. I appreciate that, guys.
Listen, we're not...
We didn't play the Game 1 clip from last round. We could have done that.
It's true.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Also, I'd prefer you to not refer to me as a friend until I've gotten over the photo selection for the Wayland poster that is not only online, but on display at Wayland. Hey, come join Jeremy and Nate at their party on Thursday, June 12th. Prizes, raffle, golf prizes. Joe just brought in a gift bag from Tri-County. Thank you to them. We got so much stuff to give away, and you decided to make this terrible choice on a picture for us, and I feel like the authorities are going to come and, like, who are these guys? We might get arrested because, I don't know. Why'd you pick such a terrible picture, Nate?
Well, they say no bad media is good media, right? So I figured that the worse, like the more
That's right.
terrible the picture, the more people wouldn't be able to look away from it.
You know what?
It catches your eye.
He's not wrong about that. We do live in the era of the media where you're supposed to say something like, I have Josh Allen ranked as the 33rd best quarterback in football. And then that person just gets on, they get a show on Fox. So, okay.
You're welcome.
That might hold up.
Yeah, it definitely holds up.
Well, Nate, we're playing 100 holes on the 26th for the Live Like Luca Foundation, the Courage of Carly Fund as well with Roswell. We've done it before out at Wanaka, and next Thursday is our chance to try to raise money before it, rather than just us asking everyone for donations day of while walking 100 holes of golf. So, and also prizes. We've got a lot of good stuff we're going to give away.
Yeah, this is going to be a fantastic raffle for anybody that golfs in Western New York, but it's not just like a golf raffle. There are plenty of other great raffle items for, if you're trying to convince your significant other this is what their plan should be for a Thursday night. There are things for women. There are things for younger kids where I know Wayland put together kind of did we confirm the face painter? Or is the face painter confirmed?
I hope so. Face painter always goes over well.
Yeah, that's right. So we tried to make this an event for golfers in Western New York, but an event that other people can also attend. But the idea here is, Jeremy, that, especially in this raffle, giving people an opportunity to win, raffle items to go play golf courses that, they typically wouldn't be able to play. Cloverbank Country Club is going to have a foursome in there, and Wanaka Country Club has a foursome in there. Tri-County, which is a kind of semi-private course, right? You just mentioned Joe picked up a prize from them. So the idea here was can we get some of the best courses in Western New York to give people, the public track folks, opportunities to play on private clubs, and I think it's a great opportunity to do that. And then obviously Encore, donating a bunch of stuff, and we have free TPI assessment. So if you've been thinking about spending the money to figure out what the heck's wrong with your game, here's an opportunity to save a couple of $100 and get that free TPI assessment. So a lot of great prizes for Western New York golfers, and obviously we're really excited about it.
Yeah, we'll have, in addition to that, like non-golf prizes. The Sabres and the Bills have donated things that we'll be giving away. It's not an auction, it's a raffle, so that's the easiest way to do it. You don't have to bid a high number. It's like, here, give me a ticket, and you're in every drawing. Once we'll get you that list as soon as we have finalized all of the prizes, and you can just make a donation right to the Venmo account when we get that thing rolling, and we'll notify you if you win. So that's the good news. We'll be doing that, and the 100 holes is on the 26th. And the party, though, is Thursday of next week at Wayland, inside, outside. You don't need a ticket. Just come, hang out.
Yeah,
come hang out.
Come hang out. Jeremy and I will be there. I even heard there's a possibility Howard Simon makes an appearance if he can find a way to get off from one of his 7 jobs.
That's right. That's right. And also, what else? I was going to say something about being there on Thursday night. Anyway, I forgot what it is. We'll be there. Oh, $1 from every draft of the Especial, which is a nice summer kind of Mexican summer lager. $1 from every pour that night will go to the Live Like Luca Foundation. So just attending, you're making donations, and we'll have fun stuff.
Also, beautiful patio there. And have you looked at the weather yet for
Thursday? No, but the whole week looks like it's nice.
72 and sunny.
Let's go.
Perfect.
I mean, it couldn't be better.
We'll be ready.
And by the way, it's day 1 of the U.S. Open.
That's right.
There was also some conversation being had, Jeremy, that this might finally be the event we hold our best dressed award. So I do believe there is an award set aside for the person that shows up with the best golf outfit.
All right. Well, there you go. You've got all the information.
The best is determined by who?
Me and Nate.
By you and Nate?
Yeah, just us.
What if you guys disagree?
Doubt it.
I win.
Okay.
No, I don't. Whatever Nate wants.
Ty goes to the guy that didn't pick the picture.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, you got that pick, and it was not a good choice. It was really tough to see that in public.
We can't possibly trust someone with that type of decision.
I will be signing that picture. Nate and I will sign it. You can have the worst picture ever taken of both of us signed in your house.
We will do signing of the actual posters while we're there.
You can line it with. You can line your bird cage with it if you want. It's a rough picture. Anyway, Nate, we got OTAs underway this week for the Bills and mandatory minicamp next week. One of my favorite things to ask right now on the Bills is predict the James Cook track from here. What happens? Will he show up? Will he hold in? Will he just go business as usual? What would you predict James Cook does? Because by this time next week, we will have another chapter in this story written, or maybe it's all finished and he's, just practicing.
I tend to lean towards business as usual. I think this is his opportunity right now to, voice his displeasure, voice his desire to want to get paid and what that number might look like. But I think at the end of the day, it behooves both him and the team to get to a place where everybody agrees, all right, let's just get you here, let's get you in the building, let's get going. And whether or not the negotiations are even still actively going on, I haven't really heard many updates both from the Bills or really, the only thing we've heard or seen from James Cook is, some funny, cryptic Instagram posts. So there really hasn't been a lot of media updates. So I think for me, I want to lean towards this is going to be business as usual, but I guess really nothing will surprise me. If he decides to hold in, or maybe there's an agreement between he and the team. He's going to be at all OTAs, but he's not going to be in, he's not going to put himself in a situation where he could potentially get hurt on the field. But we'll be there for, the install and film and all of that good stuff. So that would be my guess. But, yeah, I tend to lean towards business as usual.
The thing that would be interesting about that, though, is for all the noise he would have made between the end of the season and now, he wouldn't have really missed anything mandatory. So how hard are you really pushing for the deal? It would say to me that there's probably not a deal getting done if he were to show up, because that's an acceptance of, I'm not willing to make this as ugly as I could need to get the deal that I want.
And it could be a sign to the team that, listen, I know the position that I'm in, but I want to be here for my teammates and for the organization. Maybe it's a good faith negotiating tactic as well. I could absolutely see that. Listen, the Bills have never really gotten themselves in a situation where, contract demands have really made it public, right? They tend to sign all of their guys a year early. This is kind of the first time. So to me, there's no roadmap. There's really no example of, hey, how does the team treat this? What does the agent versus this general manager? It just doesn't happen a lot. So there's not really a roadmap for how this could potentially go. But yeah, I think there's just so many potential unknowns about what this means versus, hey, he's holding out. Well, clearly that means he's not playing until he gets a cut. I don't know what any of it means, and I think it's what makes it, the next week or so and what ends up happening, I think, interesting and gives us some topics to talk about.
Nick Geary joining us on the Western Hotline ahead of our fundraiser on Thursday at Wayland, but also talking some Bills OTAs and mandatory minicamp next week. Nate, with the draft class coming in and the new faces here, is there anybody you are eager to watch throughout this offseason and, pre-camp? I know at camp we might have a different answer. Maybe it's the same answer. Who's under the microscope the most for you in this, run-up to training camp in the preseason?
Well, I think the microscope is going to be on Max Hairston, just because we know how the last first round corner went for this organization, and I think the best case scenario for this organization is that he kind of takes the job and runs with it, and there is that sort of conversation halfway through July into August about, well, Tre'Davious White's the veteran and he knows the system, so he's. I think everyone would feel much better if it's Hairston running away with the job. But I think there's this kind of a twofold answer for me. It's who do I think is the most interesting storyline or what I'll be paying attention to? It's going to be that. But Dorian Strong is another really interesting name to me, and the more I've heard and more I've watched podcasts and other Bills draft commentators break down his game, the more I'm sort of interested in what this corner room looks like. Like a couple weeks ago, I tweeted, I feel like Cam Lewis is a lock on this roster. And kind of Dorian Strong and Hancock, some of these other players that they both drafted and then signed after the draft, this is going to be one of the most competitive training camps from a defensive back perspective that I can remember under Sean McDermott. That goes for safety as well. I mean, they've got so much versatility. They've got multiple guys that can play both safety positions, the nickel corner and outside corner. That versatility is going to – my question is going to be, does the versatility hurt these guys? Or can they position themselves to be a good player at one of those, a trusted player at one of those positions? And we'll see the Cam Lewises of the world and the DeMarcus Ingrams of the world. Like, are these guys who have been sort of mainstays, depth, special teams players, but when they've been called upon, they've been reliable? Are those guys going to get pushed into positions where they potentially don't have a roster spot? I'm really looking forward to the battle of defensive backfield, come July.
And then on the defensive line, I mean, Landon Jackson kind of has an opportunity here because Bosa's already injured and Hoyt is suspended, and the rest of the position group is the same as last year. Other than, we'll see if Bosa is able to get on the field for training camp, but I'd imagine he's probably playing a good amount of snaps if he's ready for it right at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, and, I think this is also a big training camp for a guy like A.J. Epinesa, who last year was kind of – they cleared the way for Epinesa to get more snaps last year. And, it's not that he played poorly, but I also didn't think he ran away with it. So, Landon Jackson could have a very good opportunity early in the season to sort of make I guess this goes into this discussion of does it matter if you're a starter or if you're the first guy off the bench, because it feels like those guys play pretty much the same snap count. But if he can really build out that role for himself, it'll be interesting how a guy like Hoyt, who's going to be suspended for the first 6 weeks, what does that look like when he's back in the lineup? Are they going to use him in a different way than maybe they imagined because Jackson takes that position early and kind of runs with it? So, the suspensions, I know it's easy to just say, hey, well, there's going to be an extra extra defensive linemen that are going to be in training camp that make the team that will be, essentially cut once those two players are ready. I think it makes trying to build the rest of the roster really interesting on how those rotations are going to go early and how much they change once those two guys are back from suspension.
Nate Geary on the Western Hotline.
When Tom Thibodeau got fired earlier in the week, did you hear or think yourself about any of the Sean McDermott comparisons of a guy, different sport, very big differences, I know, or even how you thought about the Thibodeau firing in the first place? Because that is as far as that team has gone in 25 years. You're a Knicks fan, and I don't know, it felt like it wasn't even that stunning that they did it.
I felt pretty blindsided by it, to be honest. I knew that, listen, all season, Knicks fans were complaining about how he used the bench and he was going to run these starters into the ground, and 4 of his 5 starters were the top 7 in minutes played during the regular season. And then you see them get to the playoffs, and they kind of veer away from what they did all year long. Now, they had success. They made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. But it just, the blown lead in Game 1 really set the tone for the rest of that series. I think it could potentially set the tone in the final series, by the way. I always thought all along there's a lot of connections between the organization and Mike Malone. And I kind of felt like the second that Denver fired Mike Malone, that this was, unless the Knicks got to a finals or won the finals, that it felt like this was going to be, they were going to move on from Tibbs and go for Mike Malone. We'll see if that ends up happening. I was surprised. And then obviously the comparison, it's hard because the NHL and the NBA both do the same thing where they just recycle guys. I mean, Tibbs is going to get a head coaching job again. It'll be his 4th team as a head coach. They tend to recycle guys over and over again. Yeah, there's some new blood every once in a while, assistants that will pop in, coach for a season or 2 and then kind of never be heard from again. But the NBA is an old boys club. So I would really be surprised if the Knicks go for a first-time head coach with this type of veteran roster, unless it's like, Jalen Brunson's dad or something, which, wouldn't necessarily surprise me either.
Nate Geary. Thanks, Nate. We'll see you on Thursday, if not sooner.
I'll see you today.
That's right. I'll see you today. You're playing today?
I'm playing today, of course.
I thought, all right. I didn't know you were playing today. Where's your partner?
I am get this partnership right now. I know that's one of the pro scouting guys. It's me, Kevin Kearns, and Pat Hammer.
Love it.
Oh, nice.
Vibes team. I mean, the vibes are going to be immaculate. The scores might be pretty high, but the vibes are going to be immaculate out there.
All right, very good. We'll see you in a little bit then.
Sounds good, guys.
All right, Bill's Media Golf Tournament today. That's what's going on. I'm playing with Sal.
Yeah.
And a couple others. But Sal's got his new driver. I got a new driver to match Sal. How about that, Sal?
These guys with the new drivers.
Sorry, I guess you wouldn't understand.
I mean, I got a new one last year.
It's fine.
It's not like I have a super old one.
Your driver's so last year. Actually, my driver is also a driver from last year. No one bought it.
Mine is from 3 years ago that I bought last year.
I'm going to start referring to my driver as a rescue.
A rescue.
Not a rescue club, but a rescue. It didn't get purchased. It's last year's model. It didn't get purchased, and I decided I saved it. It found me.
It probably would have been purchased eventually.
And it was.
Right. By you.
By me. Hey, speaking of rescues, I have the full list of the NHL Stanley Pup dogs.
Yeah.
We went with our rejected names that Rasmus Dalish beat out. Notably Stay, Paterka, and really Tage Chompson. So the NHL Stanley Pup, they're going to be trying to showcase adoptable dogs during the Stanley Cup Finals. I have all the names, players around the league. Every team has chosen its player. I'll give you the name, and then you guys will maybe help the people with what player that is.
Okay. Yeah.
Troy Terrier.
Troy Terry from Anaheim.
Jeremy Spayman.
Jeremy Swayman from Boston.
Spayman? I feel like Spayman's a little tough there.
Yeah.
Rasmus Dalish. Dustin Wolf.
Dustin Wolf,
yeah.
Taylor Howell.
I mean, Wolf is already kind of a dog.
Yeah, right.
Taylor Howell, good for Carolina.
Yeah.
Tyler Bartuzzi.
Oh, my goodness. That is a reach. Where's Tyler Bertuzzi these days?
Chicago.
Yeah.
Devin Stays.
Devin Tays for Colorado.
Yeah. Elvis Merlishkins.
Terrible. Columbus.
It's not the worst one. The worst one's
you'll know the goalies.
Jake Ottinger.
That's really good.
I like that one
a lot.
Ottinger.
Dylan Barkin.
Larkin for Detroit.
Yeah.
You ready for this one? I submit this is the worst one.
This is the worst one?
I think so. Leon Outsidel.
Oh, terrible.
Terrible.
Get lost with Outside.
Matthew Fetchuk.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Drew Doggy. I submit this as Drew Doggy.
L.A. Oh, yeah. Dowdy.
I submit this as possibly the best one. Matt's Buparello.
That's really good.
Oh, nice.
Buparello.
That's Zuccarello.
I
like that.
Nick Chuzuki.
Suzuki, Montreal.
Philip Forsberg. Doggy Hamilton.
Dougie.
Good. Yeah.
Jean-Gabriel Pajot.
Okay.
Mika Zibanejad.
Okay.
Claude Garowl.
I think we would do better at some of these.
I could have crushed
agree.
this.
Travis, this one's a tough one too. Travis Canine Ekney.
Oh, you just no. These are terrible.
That's a reach.
These are terrible.
Sidney Pawsby.
Fine.
Tyler Tofuri. Jared McCanine.
Terrible.
That's a bad one.
Get the canine can't work.
Canine does not.
The canine doesn't work with anything.
Dylan Howlaway.
Fine.
Braden Pointer.
Good.
Morgan Ruffley.
No.
Here's a winner.
Disaster.
Logan Drewley.
I like.
Okay,
that a lot.
that's pretty good.
Jake DeBruff.
No.
Shea Theodorable.
Good.
That's a good one. I like
Okay,
that.
sure.
Good.
That one I feel like, though, they were running out of ideas and someone pulled up the Valentine's Day puns for hockey players and
Maybe.
they just plugged that one in.
You should have counted on Vegas to have a good one. Shea Theodorable. 2 left, and they're both good. Washington's...
Not Jack Russell Eichel?
No. John Snarlson.
Okay.
Fine.
And Winnipeg's Nikolai Yellers.
Good.
Love that one.
Good.
That's your
I
Stanley
would say
Pups.
like a third of those are good.
Do you have to keep their names
Half
if you get one of these dogs? You have to keep it.
Like the name?
Yeah.
You should.
Yes.
If it's your favorite hockey team, you should.
I have to keep Rasmus Dalish. I can't rename him to Stay Paterka. I can't rename.
Then he might get confused.
He wasn't born Rasmus Dalish, I don't think.
But maybe that's what they call him.
Yeah.
And he's used to the name, and then when you try to change it to something different, he might be like, what?
This was these are more puns. If you were going to name your dog after a Sabre theme, what would be the best one?
What do you mean, like goat head, or
It could be after a player, or after a former player, or
what's the
like
best?
I bet Lindy is a very popular dog name locally, right?
You're
What do you
saying
think Lindy is a very popular dog name?
What's the best name you could give your dog if you were choosing the Sabres as your
Yeah,
inspiration?
you love the Sabres. You want something Sabres inspired.
Soupy Campbell. That popped into my head.
Okay.
I don't know, Soupy on a
Hold
like,
on.
golden retriever.
I've got to.
Like my dog's name is Finn, and the inspiration is a Finneganoff. But I wasn't going to name my dog a Finneganoff.
Did Gov come in second place? All right, I didn't realize that was the genesis, but that's all right.
Yeah.
When you ask me a question like this, the first 10 answers I have are snark. That's how my brain works. I got to push those out.
Like what about Miro?
I like it.
Miroslav Shatan? Miro?
Miro's a great name. Like my first thought was Tank. No, I'm not doing that.
I feel like you should.
Not doing it.
No?
I mean, my dog's name is Goose. It's not after Paul
Pick
Gossad.
someone from the tank team. Or pick Jonathan Days.
Broken Stick.
Atkinson.
I named my dog Broken Stick after the Islanders game. What's a good... I mean, the Sabres had a dog named Audie. They had a dog named Rick.
That was good. Yeah. Like, the team right now, like Tage, I bet, would be... Is that too obvious, though?
Tage Thompson.
You just do Tage Thompson. Yeah.
How do you feel about giving your dog a last name? Not your own, but like an additional name. People that give their dog or cat multiple names.
That isn't...
Like Mr. Buttons, and they go with Mr. Or, like if someone named their dog... this is Tage Thompson. And
Wait, so you would introduce your dog as... What's your dog's name? Mr. Buttons?
We could get 5 phone lines of people right now that have their pets with 2 names. A first and middle or first and last, 100%.
Not a fan.
I'm not saying it's like half of pet owners, but there are going to be people that name their dog. I'm going to think of another good name here for that.
Like, it's you're giving them a full name, though?
Yeah. Like, it's a good example here. Someone think of one for me. Think of it
Roger
for me.
Miller.
Roger Miller?
I don't know. I just
what
thought
on
first
earth?
names popped into my head. Yeah, your dog's name is Roger Miller.
I kind of like that. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Like, as a joke, I think it's hilarious.
I'm sticking with Tage Thompson. I want a dog now. Name it Tage
Our
Thompson.
dog's
Because then
name's
your
Fred,
response would be...
Fred what?
Really? Your dog's name is
Fred.
Roger Miller? Like, how dare you, sir?
Your dog's name is Fred. Just give him a second name. Fred Warner Parker. Fred.
All right.
I'm not saying your own last name.
Oh, your middle name, then.
I'm saying a dog. You give a dog a name that has two parts of it as part of a joke. Like, I can't think.
I don't know.
There's no good. It just doesn't work. This is proving our point.
Absolutely not.
Yeah,
we have a break to get to. We got Nick the Railbird from Batavia Downs. The phone lines are lighting up with people that are about to tell us their cats and their dogs' names that have two names. I'm not telling you it's used as frequently as, say, something like Sabes, but it is done.
I've definitely heard it. I just can't think of an example.
Evan, I can't think of anyone I know that's done this.
Evan, are people telling you the names of their dogs and cats right now? Mason, go ahead, Mason.
The phone lines are too blown up. He doesn't even have time to answer you.
Mason, you're up.
Yeah, so the dog names here. Missed opportunity for Florida just to go with Sasha Barkov.
That's right. Sasha Barkov would have worked.
Yep.
Sasha's a good name for Alexander. I like it a lot.
Good tweet. How about Grant Furr?
All right, we'll get to...
Name your dog Palmer. Actually, no, this person their dog's name is Palmer. Palmer? Millsy? You could go for the locker room team names.
All right, we got tweets on this. Jeff writes in, my wife's uncle has a dog named Stosh Allen.
Stosh
Allen. Polish heritage, wife, uncle, Stosh Allen.
Okay.
Don writes in, Moxie Joe and Josh Allen are my dog's names. See, Moxie Joe.
Yeah.
This is Moxie Joe.
Back to the Sabre part of it.
You're
I think
sneaky, Joe.
Teppo is a really good dog name.
Teppo would be a good dog name.
Teppo's a really good dog name.
Teppo Zoominen.
That's really good. Dog puns. That would be a good dog pun.
All right. We got to talk about the Belmont Stakes when we get back. Try to place a little wager on that if you want. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Here we go. We have a dog we call Pet B. It stands for Peter Eldrick Taunt Burns. All right.
Do they have another pet, though? Would people think you named him Pet B? This is dog number 2.
That's a good question. Like Tom Brady, his son was Jet. I thought it was his initials. I don't know. I'm mixing things up. It's Friday. I've tried to mail it in already. We still have 28 minutes to go. Nick the Railbird of Batavia Downs coming up on the Belmont Stakes next. My son has a new thing where
it's chaotic.
It is chaotic. I mean, it's T-ball, so they had a good time. That was wonderful. But he wanted to continue playing catch. Like when we get home, we're going to play catch, right? I want to play catch, Daddy, when we get home. And I'm like, buddy, it's pretty late. It's going to get dark. It's bedtime.
Yeah.
He's got this new thing that it's it's not exactly great behavior, but you can't help but laugh at it. Mm-hmm. He says, I'll punch you forever if you don't play. I'm going to punch you forever if you don't play catch with me tonight.
Yeah.
I'm like, buddy, we can't do that. He's like, no, I'm gonna fall asleep and then I'm gonna wake up in the night. I'm gonna punch you forever if you don't play catch with me.
Like a sneak attack?
Yes.
In the middle of the night?
He's threatening to punch me in my sleep if I don't play catch with him. It's like, all right. He doesn't. It's just, it's hard not to laugh. Like,
yeah.
All right, what are you supposed to say?
You should go next level and just stand over you at some point in the middle of the night. Just not I'll do it.
Stare down.
I'll do it. But then tomorrow better be a catch day.
All right. Remember what I said?
Tomorrow's going to be different.
Put some lights in the backyard, old man. Let's go.
Exactly. Yeah.
I got practice.
Yeah. He's trying to be great. He wants to be great.
I like this from John Ledyard of John Ledyard. He writes for PFF and does an Audibles and Analytics podcast, and he wrote about the Steelers. Continually vindicated on the Steelers' organizational ranking in my recent podcast series. He says they're a directionless franchise that continues to not see the writing on the wall at offensive coordinator and quarterback, refusing to go all in on the future. They are a mess. They are overrated culturally, one of the biggest declines of the last 5 years. Constant self-created drama and distraction, and they just brought in one of the biggest ones, and the move has no upside. Sad to see what has become of a once proud franchise. And
Spicy.
I almost want to say
he covers the Steelers. Too.
Haven't we been on this for a while?
Yes.
That Mike. There's no doubt Mike Tomlin is a good football coach, and he gets a lot out of the teams he puts out there. But when it comes to the vision that an organization should have, the Steelers are terrible at that. Mm-hmm. Absolutely terrible. Constantly, they believe that treading water is success. And I guess it's different because if you're a franchise that has won that many Super Bowls, you could kind of point to some inflated sense of what winning means and how it's in our DNA to always do our best and blah, blah, blah. But really, you had a window here to take a minute, have a season, and just bounce back with a new quarterback next year. They tried it with Kenny Pickett, who they drafted 20th in a year with no quarterbacks.
Right.
That's the last time they drafted a quarterback. That was obviously not a good idea. It's not a good class. The first one goes 20th. That's a flawed quarterback class. You probably shouldn't do that. So now they have this window, and they're just going to let Aaron Rodgers step in and knock them out of it. Because Rodgers is probably good enough to win them more games than Mason Rudolph.
Yeah.
And who's going to need quarterbacks next year? 3 or 4 teams are going to pick them the top 6, and the Steelers are going to pick 12th.
Right. And they're always going to be they're going to be last to the trough.
Yep. Congratulations. And you've done it again. Belmont Stakes this weekend. The third leg of the Triple Crown. And whenever we've got a big race, we bring in Nick the Railbird of Batavia Downs to chat about it, see if we will like any action on the race. Nick, good morning.
Good morning.
So Belmont this time around, what's the action looking like? What's the storyline for this Belmont Stakes?
Well, it's at Saratoga. Again, it's 1.25 miles, a little different Belmont Stakes, similar to last year, but again, a little bit of rain in the forecast, just some showers, but by the 7:04 post time tomorrow should be a fast track. But always a little bit of weather drama they throw in the Triple Crown.
Yeah. When you say just like last year, the distance has been moved over time?
Yeah, at Saratoga, it's tough on a turn to get the 1.5 miles, so they'll run 1.25 miles, which is the Derby distance, and it's just one of those things that'll be happening until the new Belmont opens up, and we'll see that in 2027.
Okay, so a couple more years for the new Belmont Park. The new Belmont Park, what changes are they making to it?
Oh, they knocked down the grandstand. It's a totally new grandstand. They put in an additional turf course, I believe a synthetic course, a Tapeta course for year-round racing. And I think eventually Aqueduct will actually go bye-bye, and there'll be only one racetrack year-round at Belmont Park.
All right. So for the Belmont Stakes, the Preakness was about journalism, maybe putting in the performance people thought they would get in the Kentucky Derby, and as the favorite here in the Belmont Stakes, kind of a chance to, there's no Triple Crown, but at least stamp a little bit of a legacy here?
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that he will be I believe, the Postgame favorite, but again, the Triple Crown is tough. If you run all three races, I just don't know if he's going to have enough in the tank, and he's my second choice. But I'm going to go with a little different top pick.
And your pick is?
It's Baeza, the number 6 with Fabian Pratt. John Sheriff's the trainer. He brings horses around very slowly. He did not have a clean trip in the Derby. He was sitting way back. He got some traffic. And I think he's going to stalk the leaders and get first jump on the leaders. He's going to hold off the closers, and I think you're going to get probably about 4-1 on him, the morning line price.
What is the whole field? The story at the Preakness was that there weren't a lot of horses that were running that had run in the Derby. What does that picture look like for the entire field this go round?
Yeah, you got some fresh horses, but candidly, I mean, I think there's 3 horses that probably shouldn't be in the race. So they tried to fill it. I know, that some horses, Pletcher put a speed horse in against Rodriguez. And if Rodriguez was the lone speed, I would say that he would have a real shot. But, they put a horse in that only has 3 starts. So with John Velasquez, he's a 5 Crito. And I think there'll be some lively pace up front. Not to say that, we haven't talked about Sovereignty. I mean, he's going to be coming back strong. Journalism, people think it's a 2-horse match race. I just think they're letting the Baeza go a little bit under the radar.
All right, very good. Well, Nick, thanks for the time this year. And Baeza, the pick, so we'll be ready.
You got it.
All right, Batavia Downs in gaming, of course, for your needs this Belmont Sunday. I'll be one of the people that's able to say, Joe, I've been to the old Belmont.
Yeah?
The old park, yeah. Will I ever make the new one? That is to be determined. Might be a long shot, but I've been to the old one, and knocking it down makes sense, having been there one time.
Have you been to Saratoga?
No.
I have a couple friends that have been to Saratoga. I think that's a good trip, I've heard. They also are golfers. They've done Saratoga National, the golf course, and then also done... Wouldn't have been the Belmont, but it would have been, just going to the track at Saratoga.
Yeah, the old Belmont, he said they knocked down the grandstand. For as big as a track can be and how many people can actually see the race, Belmont had nothing to offer. Mm-hmm. When I was there, most of the people that went to that race, went to that track, watched it from outside of the building. There's just there were not stands built all the way around it or different corners. Like the Derby, you've got grandstand goes for half the track all the way around one side into the turn 1 into turn 2. Mm-hmm. So, a lot more people that actually can see the race, and that might lead to more people that would go. All right, that's my review of Belmont Park from the year 2001. No, 2006, 2009. Who knows? Whenever Smarty Jones lost to Birdstone, that's when I was there.
Okay.
I was there to see a Triple Crown. He lost. Guy was selling shirts. Smarty Jones, Triple Crown winner.
And he
didn't win.
Those shirts are out there somewhere.
I think I had one. I think I did buy one.
You have a Smart...
I had
a Smarty Jones?
It's long gone.
Would you have gotten rid of it the second he didn't win?
Probably.
Or would you have worn it because it was funny?
It would have been funny that day, and then if I tried to sell it to somebody today, they're like, congratulations on your shirt.
Yeah.
Not exactly a collector's item.
Yeah.
803-0550, our phone number. We have a fantasy draft this weekend that neither you nor I have first or second round picks in.
Right. Yeah. A rookie draft where you pick your first pick is 34th and mine is 35th.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tough.
Deep pulls.
We're like the Vegas Golden Knights. That's why.
All right, we traded our picks for good players.
And we're too good.
I could have had a first, but I'm like, I'll take Terry McLaurin instead.
I traded my first away in a package that got me Josh Allen.
There you go.
Not mad about that.
The LA Rams, bleep them picks.
That's right. That's us. Don't need them.
But see, really, if we wanted to be full Rams now, we would have like 7 fourth-round picks.
That's right.
I have 2, which is almost getting there, but... Yeah, I mean, fantasy drafts are going to start firing up in the next month. Usually July is when most leagues are going. But there are leagues that draft in June. Really, you don't really need training camp. Training camp can sometimes lead you in the wrong direction. It almost, right? Like, training camp, there's a lot of splicing. What's real? What's coach speak? Oh, this guy's having a great camp. And how often that ends up not even being meaningful at all. Honestly, it's not a bad idea, I think, to get your fantasy draft in before all of the training camp stuff happens. Injuries is the only thing, though, that you're taking a risk on, because there'll be more injuries.
803-0550. Next up, we've got Extendo Sports. Then we'll hand things off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show.
And there's a documentary, there's a sports documentary right now. It's getting a lot of positive reviews on a sports subject that I know like absolutely nothing about.
Andrew Filipony on the Western Hotline on the Steelers. Andrew, could all this organizational, I guess the picture we're painting, could that lead to T.J. Watt ultimately leaving? There's said to be a deal on the table for him. He's on an expiring contract, and would he be one that's tired of the rut as well? Because winning is winning, and sometimes players approach it differently, right? Like, they probably don't feel that far away. They are making the playoffs. Could Watt want out because of this move and because of where the organization kind of lives?
I don't know T.J. Watt well. I don't think he particularly likes me because he is still harboring ill will towards me for 2 reasons. Number one, at the time, I didn't think it was a great draft pick, so the joke's on me. He was right. I was wrong about that. And then the other thing is they carried his brother on the roster for no reason and made him the highest paid fullback in the NFL, only to placate him and make him happy. So I've said those things, and he's still not happy with those things. But anyways, I believe, my opinion, is that the only thing that really matters to T.J. Watt is that the Steelers make him the highest paid defensive player in the NFL. And if they do that, I think it's going to be just like Myles Garrett and how he said, I want to go to a Super Bowl contender. Oh, here's $40 million a year. Instantly, he thinks Cleveland can get it done. And I think the same dynamic exists here. If the Steelers cough up the money and pay him more than rationalize still remaining a Steeler. If they don't and try to lowball him, well, then I'm sure we'll hear about things like wanting to win a playoff game, which he's never done in his career to this point. So I think the Steelers will cave. I think eventually they will give him more money than Myles Garrett. But I would be shocked. I would be absolutely shocked if Watt took less money than Myles Garrett because of his general disdain and dislike for Garrett and the fact that he is 100% convinced that he's a better football player than Myles Garrett.
How convinced are you that the Steelers would write that check?
I think they're going to cave, so I think it's like 90%. Yeah, I think there's a really high likelihood of that they're going to, I guess the salary cap goes up, the percentage of the cap isn't as high as you might think with a $40 million price tag on it. But, I mean, I don't really think this team is very close to winning.
What's the last great sports documentary you feel like you saw?
The Last Dance.
So 5 years ago?
Maybe.
The 30 for 30's kind of dried up.
Yeah.
So that's kind of why.
They do it in too many parts.
Yeah. I have heard that the Dale Earnhardt documentary on Amazon Prime is fantastic. So I will probably dive into that, given that I am not a NASCAR fan and I know very little about his death and, his career before that, too. So that will be my next watch. 2001.
How much do I know about Dale Earnhardt? It's a good question.
I think it's 25 years, or it's coming up on 25 years since his death.
Yeah. I don't know.
Like, would you remember that
His
day?
death? Yeah. Yeah, I remember because the crash was not thought to be like that.
No, it doesn't look
big a deal.
Right, it doesn't look bad when you have seen it. But obviously.
Yeah. Well, all right. Wrapping up here, we're back Monday, mandatory minicamp for the Bills. Mm-hmm. That'll be exciting to find out what James... We'll probably find out over the weekend if he intends to attend, right? If he
wouldn't announce it. Well, you'd see like a report, though?
I would think exactly that. If he's not going to, you get out in front of it and say he won't be there as opposed to just waiting for the media to tell everybody when they get in there and like make a head count. That's just a guess. It's all a guess. What else?
It's D-Day.
It is D-Day, June 6th.
Canadian Open this week. The weather's been really bad.
At the Canadian Open?
Yeah. Really bad. I don't like that tomorrow we don't have anything. We got two finals series here, and we got a Saturday night with nothing. That's the NBA's fault, because they do 2 days off in between every game to drag it out. And to make sure they're as well rested as possible, I guess.
Well, we've got Aaron Rodgers discourse coming today.
Sweet. I really hope he tries to wear number 12. That'd be funny.
He'll meet with the media today, right? He'll sign, and then there'll be available media where he'll talk about it, or we just go on McAfee?
He'll go on McAfee.
Okay.
He'll go on McAfee.
You never know.
He'll do media at some point with Pittsburgh, but I bet probably not till minicamp, right? Next week.
Right.
He'll do a press conference next week. That'd be my guess.
803-0550. Don't call us. Call Zach and Derek. They're coming up next. Thanks for calling, texting, listening, all that good stuff. Happy National Donut Day. We're back Monday morning.
It's a Friday. Derek Kramer, Zach Jones here with you on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. And as always, it's brought to you by Northtown Automotive. Whatever you're looking for, you'll find it at Northtown. Shop online at northtownauto.com. It's National Donut Day, and I need to check my self-awareness because I was literally here yesterday trying to write an article when you had to do a spot for that.
I did. I was recording one, yep.
I didn't remember